Posting, posting, posting. Posting, posting, posting. And doing it in a way where my model actually should be on screen. But I do not have OBS on screen, so I cannot confirm this for myself. Okay, that goes there. That goes there. Let me double check this is doing the thing it's supposed to, and I guess I can check captions while I'm here. I see captions. I see it. Where? I opened up Twitch and I saw words. Hi, Aurora. Didn't want to start, well, more meaningfully early in the case that this goes really long on account of this DLC being hard. But I also didn't want to start too early because I wanted people to see this bit and also the other emotional beats that happen in this DLC. This is the area you see at the end of 7C. Bird up. Do you remember how this game works? This is gonna ask so much of me in a minute. It's only been a week since I played this game, but still. These levels were apparently originally pitched as like part of a lost levels pack for the game, which is part of why they end at, start at 7C. Fair point. Question not answered. Nothing over there. Fair enough. Besides one particularly meaningful collectible later, and I guess a golden strawberry in theory, I think there's basically nothing to grab in this. It's just, it's just get through the game. Which, it's a good DLC, it's a good story, it's worth that on its own. It's just interesting coming from the base game. I did that on the stream where I finished off the seaside. I think I got like about this far, and then I was like, okay, I won't actually go any farther. I will save this for its own stream. I think you do need the momentum from this, but just, carefully. Nope. Like that, perhaps. Hi, Tourmaline. Welcome. I'm learning how to platform effectively again. Okay, I see. Or no. I saw and then I did a different thing than what I thought was. You need to be on the top one before it retracts, wait until it retracts more, then use your last dash to get across. I think. It's very satisfying that, like, a lot of these screens I just, like, kind of remember, or at least remember enough of the, like, philosophy of this game's level design to be like, I think this is the thing you were meant to do here. I guess also the possibility space is, you know, broad. Like, there's a lot of, like, verbs in this game, especially if you know, bring in the speed tech. But, like, it's not so broad that, it's not so broad that, like, you can't kind of, like, you know, explore the space pretty quickly. Oh, right. I'm remembering how momentum works. But only partially remembering how momentum Jesus works. 5 minutes in the stream and I already need more water as my throat is dry. Sorry, 7 minutes and 50 seconds into the stream. It's important to be accurate. I mean, you can't quite be that aggressive about it. Right, you do need to dash before it reaches that point. Right, you can't zoom off the screen, that's what's fucking me, is I'm trying to do diagonals when I shouldn't be again. The D-pad continues to... My D-pad or my hands are both continue to fuck me on, like, doing diagonal inputs when I don't mean to, and vice versa. Like that, perhaps. A thing of Farewell generally is just long, difficult screens, which will, like, increase as time goes on. I think I needed to not spend any of my jumps that whole time, is the thing. I have such a strong memory in this DLC of trying to catch springboards as they are falling. It's one of the core mechanics they want you to do in Farewell, in addition to a thing that we haven't seen yet. Very easy to fail it in that way specifically, we just don't fall fast enough to meet it. I think a sideways dash would have helped though, but I was nervous and wanted the extra height, even if it wasn't practically necessary. I see. No, I wanted to have you and then I see. Where I think you want to grab it, fall, hit it again. Like you want to do something like that, but with a dash also involved. If you can also just do it that way. You do still need to be fast enough to get on the other side of that thing, is the problem. And you can't also dash into it, which is the thing I was trying to do there. Because it will just give you your dash back anyway, but the timing requirement remains. I'm just not dashing when I should be. That I almost went too early, but it was fine. One new mechanic. Oh, goodbye. New mechanic detected. These are, I think these are kind of like a mechanic earlier in, God, I forget when, somewhere earlier in the game. The like spike things you can jump on in what, like level 6 and in core are not dissimilar from this, but the mechanics of these are different depending on whether you jump on them or hit them from the side, and the game will ask you to do both things as time goes on, as it turns out. And you can get extra momentum off them, I'm pretty sure, yeah, with timing. Fuck. Damn. Got my ass. Hope you like repeated mechanics from earlier levels to show your mastery. Because boy, is this DLC about doing that. Fuck. Brilliant. I think I've not actually verified it on Windows, but I have gotten Rayman Legends reinstalled for Friday and verified that it can run. I also have a small save file, or like a save file coding the first levels already, so I'm gonna probably need to reset that just for a proper fresh run at things. Because like I didn't get meaningfully far in that game, but also if I'm going to, you know, make a stream series out of it, I would prefer to just have a fresh go at it from start. I think you want to dash over and then hit it, is what you want to do there. Like, just like that. I don't think you actually need him for that last bit. It's just a matter of, you know, showing my dominance. Horizontal dash would have done it. Again, probably horizontal dash would have done it. The third time's the charm, they say. No. I think I need to get a bit of extra momentum off that top one by doing whatever that was. It's always menacing to see a telescope in Farewell for this kind of reason. Interesting. I love the level design in Farewell so much, even if it also, like, it's tough as hell. Not quite. I don't know if I really need to be spending dashes here. I'm just was becoming aware that, like, oh right, I can just spend a dash whenever I want here. So I'm always going to get it back when I stomp the pufferfish. But yeah, I think just, at least for that first set, and like this one here, you don't actually need a dash there. You can just jump. And, you know, once you train your hands to do that, it's a little more consistent than having to aim your dash carefully to not go directly into spikes or electricity. Ow. Ow. I will keep saying ow when I die. I will not stop. Actually, I might. Well, actually, no. I think you need to bounce again once more. So, even if I had survived that, I think that would have not been good. Can you actually see down into this lower bit? Yeah. Okay. It's just if you don't think to do that, you see nothing but bramble. But all right. Right. So you need to get him like to right here. So, dash across, dash up, and you're home free. Did not get the momentum I needed. I love the backgrounds of these levels too. I meant to look up who did the visual stuff for this game, because presumably I have known the answer to that at some point, but I forgot who on Extremely OK makes or was responsible for that part of it. It's like, cannot shut up about the composer, has been on the stream many times before, but. Nope. Time for precise dashing. Not content with my final exam on such from that one core seaside, I've got to do more of it. Almost. I think I've never really internalized to what degree you can go into spikes and other sources of death, like these electric fields. Like, I just kind of, like, have an instinct for it. And, like, when I really get into the zone on these harder levels, I, you know, figure it out. But I've never really, like, thought about it or, like, measured it or, like, looked up, like, hey, by the way, speedrunners, how far into these can you go? New mechanic. What if jellyfish? Unfortunately, they must die sometimes also. Love and hate the jellyfish. Yeah. I'm gonna need to practice it, because they have the same mechanic that I forgot until most of the way through the... Well, goodbye. They have the same mechanic that the crystal has, where if you throw it and then, like, dash into it, you maintain that momentum with the both of you. Which is a mechanic I forgot about until, like, way deep into the B-side of Mere Palace or whatever, which is, like, specifically meant to demonstrate that thing. And like once I remembered that that's a mechanic you can do, it's like, oh right, yes. The thing I had to do fucking 5 million times in Farewell. Bird. Actually, I think it would have been fine if I jumped off that. I think you just need to get... Nope. No, I didn't want to set my jump there. I was thinking I want like extra height before I get to that bit so I have enough time to turn around, but not if that means sacrifice. I guess just letting go and dashing up, it actually would work. Doesn't necessarily need to be a demonstration of can you do the jump stuff. Nope. I can save it. Nope, not if I do that, I can't. Nope. Nope, nope, nope. Dashing anything but upper left or upper right, or straight up, which are the two things I need to be doing here. Sure. Bird. Damn. Which of these is the open gate that I'm missing? Probably not that one. I see. This one, it turns out. I just love all the like sub mechanics you get out of the double crystals. Like, what if you had to smuggle a double jump somewhere else? And now I have access to a double jump on this screen. Doing to spend it more carefully though. I think, yeah. Spend it here. Now I need a double jump for that. Nope. Well, Enjoy your trip. I'm glad your day's going well, Tourmaline. I really need to stop throwing that into the mechanic. Also, I think I can't even do this yet. I think I need to dispel the electric field first. Can I do... No. You would need another dash for that, right? Oh, unless... You would need another dash, or you would need this thing. So let me borrow you and bring you back to this screen. Sorry, friend. Oh, hey, you live. You just get to fall forever now. I'm sorry. If your powers combined... If your powers combined, I will more effectively dash directly into spikes. Okay. So I know I'm ultimately getting to the generator, but I might need to do something else first. I'm not... God, I feel like I should have enough to get through here. I think I don't understand, like, what you're trying to do to get up here. Because if I was right here with double jump, I could just go straight up, and that would be fine. Which I guess implies I need to just get back to that main bit. With my new jellyfish friend. Oh, I forgot you can wall jump with these. That changes everything. Probably. Defeat electricity forever. Is there anything else to... Well, I guess there's a lot to be gained. You need to destroy all these lock blocks, and I can't remember if those are destroyed separately or not. But I guess I will find out. Actually, yeah, I guess we can just go back and do this. I don't know what that means. Maybe it means that power is still active there. Maybe it means that I can now do this. I don't know. I guess we'll find out. Key. Brilliant. Excited to get my reps in for jellyfish juggling. Did my time here already, but on a console that I was not live streaming from, so basically doesn't count. I'm actually not sure. I must have some recordings of Farewell somewhere, but when I was looking in my recordings folder, it was all stuff from the base game. And I think I did record like the back bit of the last Farewell screen, but only that, and also not most of it. Nope. Switch. I played this for the first time on Switch. I don't know why I'm trying to dash there. Nope. This is definitely true to my memory of these levels. I'm not even saying that in a bad way. Like, I appreciate the challenge, but it is sure a lot of, like, subtly fucking up a movement and instantly dying. Or sometimes slowly dying, because there's no alternative but to jump into the nearest spikes. We'll get there. I will hone my jellyfish juggling nonsense. I will eventually get it to the place it needs to be granted passage through all this shit. Yeah, I think you really do need that jump there. I love the new and exciting failure modes this presents, though. Just like sending the jellyfish up on its own trip while you were dying. I hope it is fun up there. And I guess, like, one of the problems with, like, relearning this is, like, this is one of the things that I learned entirely in, like, muscles and muscle memory. So, like, I'm not so much remembering how to do it as I am, I guess, like, unlocking that memory or, like, having my hands remember how to do it. Which, it works. It's a process that works. It's gotten us this far. We'll get us farther. But it's a process of, like, I don't know, I can't make it any faster. Like, the best I can do is, like, try to get in a better state of mind to just, like, relax and, like, let myself get there, which is how I got through the, like, last couple seasides. But, like, outside of, you know, that very useful mental framework change, it's just a matter of, like, I just gotta keep doing it. Like, there's no other secret here, at least not with my playstyle way of approaching this. Which you guys guess is why you will alternatingly see me just kind of bullshitting the past time, or just, you know, becoming silent as I practice the movements. I don't know why I keep consistently putting it over the block, but not hitting the jump. So I'm getting... Okay. I'm getting better at that first bit. I've not gotten the second bit down, and I still don't know what I'm actually doing right afterwards, besides more of this juggling, I'm sure. This actually would be a great time to just, like, look ahead at the level, but, like, the problem really is, like, I need to get the movement down so much more. Yeah, jumping over there. Throw. Dash up. Or maybe it's you come right off the block with that, you dash upper left, I think you throw it to bounce it off, you catch it like right in the middle there, which is going to give you upward momentum, I think. Or if you dash back into it also, because that'll be what? Bounce, dash, throw, catch maybe gives you the momentum. Dash, throw, catch gives you momentum, and then I don't know, I guess you hopefully have enough momentum to get to the top at that point. I can see the downside of it being like a muscle memory process like this. This is a bit tricky for me to dial in, like a timing. Like, if my problem is ultimately that, like, my timing on when I jump versus throw is off, which I think it kind of is. It's a matter of, like, learning how to adjust that, which is made more difficult by it not fully being a conscious thing, because it's... I disagree that I didn't get the block there. The fact that it's like not like a conscious process fully means it is harder to change it. I think just dashing sideways is what I want. And maybe it's my problem there. Well, almost. Yeah. I think that was perfectly fine. I just wasn't fast enough on the draw afterwards because I've not gotten there enough times to be ready to take the next move. If I dash into it, I'm getting too much momentum. If I just drift sideways, I'm not getting enough momentum. If I dash into it wrong, I deposit the jellyfish and don't actually make the jump. Like, we'll one day find the correct angle to hit that at. Your traditional, like, early part of the sequence that takes a bit to dial in, and as a consequence, you don't get a lot of practice on the late bits of the sequence, which will also cause me trouble, which is unfortunate, but can at least take solace in getting this first part, like, mostly down. Nope. God damn it. Maybe it's a throw and then a dash, which is just more delay between them and not anything else. Well, not quite. Not what I was going for. Yes, I think. I was just not ready for it. That could have worked if I had corrected faster on my air movement. Like, if I know I'm getting my dashes back anyways, I just need to find a way to do the thing I'm doing now, but in a way that it's consistent. I think taking away your double jump for like most of Farewell, but also giving it back to you in a specific mechanic format is good level design, or at least like opens up to a lot of interesting ways to design screens. Kind of. Slightly too slow. Maybe way too slow of how high the blocks were, but I'm not sure. Just really need to dial this in. Nope. Goodbye. God, it still is a more frustrating thing to just like get to the new bit and fuck it up because you've been there like 3 times, and it's like, fuck, I don't... My hands don't know how to do this part yet. Cut me some slack. Do be the way these are constructed, though. There's no real getting around it. Practicing throwing. Not to confuse with practicing throwing, which is what I do when I learn the wrong thing and my hands have to unlearn it first. God. Interesting. I didn't realize that was a thing that could happen with it. I don't think that's what you want to happen with it, but it's interesting that that can happen. I am dialing this in slowly, but it is not quite there yet. Hope you're all enjoying periodic commentary with the sound frequently of Madeline Celeste dying. I'm glad. Just really need to lock that middle bit in. You already said as much. This continues to just perfectly fit with my memories of playing this the first time. Just screen after screen of this, and again, not even in like I'm complaining sense, just like it. This is what it is. This is what Farewell is. It is the lost levels. It is the hard, the new level of hard part. I wonder if you can survive, if you can bounce next to spikes with this, because maybe you're just meant to be on that other side yourself, which I think I could manage, and then it would just kind of take you up to the top from the bouncing, which, or at least for a little bit until the momentum ran out. But that's a theory. Okay, so that's what happens. Good to know. But I think you could dash left off of that, and that would work. So you want to do that. Yes, jumping directly into this way, because that was what I meant. Like that. Okay. I was really excited to read. I was reading the Wikipedia page for Rayman Legends, like a normal person. And it mentioned there's a bunch of, well, it mentioned two things. There's a bunch of like musically inclined songs with like covers of Black Betty and Woohoo and a third thing that I'm forgetting, which sounded fun. And there is also apparently a bunch of like remastered Rayman Origins levels, and I'm very excited to see what those are and if I remember them or not. Because I played that game long enough now, you know, a decade basically, which, one, Jesus Christ, two, means that like I don't remember most of the levels. But the ones I very much do remember are the hell levels in that game, which were like the hardest platforming challenge to my recollection. And they were tough as hell, and they were also very satisfying to get done, to win. And I'm hoping some or all of those are among the ones they remastered. And I'm not going to look into it because there's, you know, a bunch of game to get through before that point anyway, as I'm sure. But I hope they bring back some of those levels. And that they're as good as I remember them being. I'm also so excited, like, I'm embracing my, you know, being good at platformers-ness to an extent, but I'm remembering that Rayman Legends will also, like, a pretty, like, tight kind of platformer. Is, you know, an entirely different kind than what Celeste is and how Celeste is set up, and I'm excited to, you know, reawaken that muscle memory. I think that's gonna be a good time. Also Hollow Knight, to the extent that Hollow Knight has platforming, which is non-zero, but, you know, not a huge portion of what it brings to the table. It's kind of funny that isn't more of what it does. 'Cause I guess, like, in a vacuum, like, now that I'm a Souls freak, Souls pervert, like many before me, and I've also, you know, already been a platforming pervert. Like, in theory, a game that does both Souls and platforming, aka technically Hollow Knight, would, you know, double score by that metric, being two things I like put together. What did I do to get up there successfully the first time? Because I'm not remembering that bit. I think it's that, but with a slightly more success. Because if I'd gotten my jump... Oh, goodbye. If I'd gotten my jump back there, I could have done another bouncing throw. I think it's just that, but I need to be faster on the draw of that last diagonal jump, or otherwise I don't. Yeah. Because you can just make it through that middle bit, then you... What? Throw it left, bounce left, and then... Probably by then you're up above it. That was not, in fact, throwing it faster, that was throwing it slower, which is a different thing. So, Aurora, I was doing cleanup on Sapienza another of the times, not the time I complained about you that I just hate the level and gave up on it, but a different time I actually completed a run of it. And I was trying to get all the costumes closed off, and I had like several guides up and like couldn't see which one I was missing. And then someone reminded, you know, in the thread I was reading from however long ago that for Sapienza, I think possibly every map, but definitely for Sapienza, the default suit is considered a costume and does not count unless you take it off and put something else on. Which is obnoxious. And the thing I was missing was the default costume. Which is great. Still a bunch of doing that. I think I did the detective subplot. I think I emetic poisoned the male target with the expired spaghetti sauce and then kicked him off the cliff, which is one of the challenges. I still need to lethal poison him. I also need to still get the achievement for putting the coach and the woman target in the same closet, which is not actually terrible. I mean, there's a lot of ways to do it that involve you getting shot a lot, but the easy way to do it is to emetic poison the coach so that he goes there and, you know, knock him out, put him in the closet, and then do the mission story with her. Which, in my case, would also give me the opportunity to lethal poison her, which I have not done. I think I've not gotten... I think drowning kill is what I'm missing, so I would want to emetic poison her. Which doesn't get you the, that challenge, to my recollection, the proper mission story, but I already have that, so I don't care. All I need her to do is die in there in a way that does not get me in trouble. I also doing the sniper, which I think I lied to you when I was talking about one of my streams, but I remembered it being the case that you could snipe her from mission start without getting caught. I think that is in fact not true. Like, you can do it without, like, getting pinned on it, but you cannot do it without a body discovery unless you go, like, intervene and hide zone for guards first. Which is not difficult, really, but it takes, you know, time and means you have to go over there and do it. And then, you know, go back and do your sniping. And also, you want to snipe... Something I had for guys, I think you want to snipe the male target from the church tower, not the plaza tower. Which, again, not difficult, but you can't start in the church tower and you have to go walk over there. And also, before they invented suitcases, it was a much bigger pain to transport a sniper rifle across Sapienza. People would get very upset at you for doing it. Still want to, like, I don't want to, like, stress myself out too much by doing it consistently, but, like, I really would be happy to have, like, full mastery on that game again, and, like, some facsimile of my old, like, you know, level 10,000 file or whatever before I deleted my IOI account. In order to not, like, fully burn out doing that, I need to kind of spread it out, but I do also need to, you know, periodically do runs. Because it turns out the game does not finish itself, weirdly enough. You need to get in there and hit some men. Which I might do on stream again at some point, but I like using the Wednesday slot properly and, you know, changing up what games I'm playing. I'll probably do some Hitman, probably do some Balatro using the same logic, but not a ton of it, necessarily. And probably just when I don't have something else lined up. Or, you know, don't want to line something up for whatever reason. I need to sit more normally. I'm slipping down into my chair slowly, which is not a comfortable position, as it turns out. So I'm not sure what I'm doing on this upper bit. So I know you can throw it through there, and, like, you can go through yourself, but well, I think you maybe technically can, like, dash your way through that. I'm not sure. What are you meant to be doing there? Yeah, I might want a big stretch before I finish this, honestly, but I'll give it at least a few more attempts. So fucking miserable doing all the Colorado challenges again. At least I don't have to do Master Silent Assassin on that map ever again. Which... absolutely miserable. No offense to IOI, but that map is shit. I'm sorry. You did not cook with that one. Most of the other ones, yes, not that one. I don't even think, like, necessarily, like, 4 targets was a bad idea. It's just as implemented on a very, like, aggressive map that harshly punishes, like, having to go loud at any point. It's rough. Also, I mean, like, this part doesn't last that long because, like, the multiple targets and everything means you know, gain mastery fast, but absolutely worst suit start in the game by a country mile. Which also is why the master suit only sucks ass. Relatedly. You have to get in, like, without being seen with extra cameras an extra, guard paying attentionness. And then, decide how much you're willing to gamble before you make your one save you're allowed. I think, do you want to bounce off it and back through the middle bit? Is that it? Would that just solve all my problems if I can pull that off? Well, I think there's also a chance that I just do need to be on the left like that. I just need to react faster and dash before I am dashed upon the spikes. A chance. Couldn't say for sure, but that feels like it might theoretically be possible. Which is a great a great place to start when you're not sure how a level is solved. Oh, goodbye, jellyfish. I'll miss you. I think that one tentacly looking thing is specifically meant to be a Day of the Tentacles reference. I might be making that up, but I feel like that's true. I know there are water bears in the background on some of these levels. Not reacting fast enough there still. I don't know why I dashed there. I will take this attempt and then I will step away. Yeah, I'll step. I will do a stretch break. Burb. Ube. Hello again. feel like there's a way you can dash fast enough on that left side and survive. And I might be wrong, but I don't have a better theory for the level still, so... idly thinking of writing stuff I need to do in distant chapters from now. So I need to rewrite a bunch of the current chapters. Yeah, I have most of the idea of how the rest of the arc goes, and occasionally I think of how some of the later chapters, and especially how the conclusion, or the final chapter for the arc is going to go. Which is great to ponder and think about, but A, you probably should write that down, because I don't write anything down, and B, I would prefer to focus on the chapters that are mostly done and just need to become all the way done. The arc. I have at least one more arc for these characters in mind, and like even that is not planned at this time to be the last one. It's just the last one I have ideas for. Starting to get this middle bit down, and now I'm losing it again. It's possible you just meant to have it ride the left side up, but I'm just not convinced I'm going to have the height to catch the jellyfish again at the top of the arc. May just need to believe. And or learn to throw it such that it has a momentum, or such that I get momentum off it long enough to last up there. You always give it like a direction with the throw, which is like part of what's annoying here. I wish I remembered how to do the last bit of this, and or that I could figure it out more quickly. So I mostly have the rest of this done, it's just I don't remember like what you're meant to do in this last bit. It'd be really depressing if I landed on solid ground there and just had to jump off myself. I think if I do a throw jump there, maybe that'll give me enough height to hit the block again, at which point I can recharge and hopefully actually get to the key. I just need to practice doing that. Also, one of my piercings is itching. thing that's throwing me here is that you have to throw then dash, and I know that. My hands mostly know that, but in these instances specifically, I'm forgetting to throw dash, and then my momentum is all gone, and there's no saving it at that point. Still thinking of how good Yojimbo and Sanjuro are. I'm glad we rewatched those, Aurora. Turns out samurai movies are good, especially when they're made by Kurosawa and star Toshiro Mifune. They're especially good when you do those things in sequence. Something like that, but with a little more success. The problem is I'm throwing it against not a wall, therefore it's not bouncing, therefore I'm not getting height off of it. It's not just a free height gain, you need to actually bounce it off something. Which I guess maybe implies I'm still not finding the correct thing to do here, but we'll see, I guess. Not quite. I think you can bounce it off the rising platform as it crosses through. I'm just not getting set up in a way where that is possible to do. I'm just too slow coming in consistently. Because, like, either I need to be there faster, or I need to, like, really chuck it through to get that to work. I think if you're too slow, you get it bouncing on the other side, which doesn't actually, you know, help you achieve what you're achieving. not the thing I wanted to do. I'm gonna take a lap and come back to that. So I'm getting better at it, I'm making progress, but I still am just not doing the correct thing for the top bit. The problem is none of the rest of these are gonna be, I don't know, they might individually be easier, but they're not like, that is not the hard one, I'm reasonably sure. It's just that they're all like this. Right. Yes, okay. I see the mechanic. Are you meant to bring this into there? Maybe, but that seems obnoxious to retry with. Which I guess is not the same as it not being the thing they expect you to do, however. No, they definitely don't expect you to do that. I think it's like a timing thing where, like, yeah, you need to hit the button and then, like, dash into it as it's coming off so you can get the height you need. I wish I wasn't as rusty as on these as I am. Let's go back to the other one and just lock in and get it. wish I remembered how to do that part. I'm supposed to bounce it back on the right. Maybe that's it. Do need to be a little bit faster, though. Still not fully sure, but I'm reasonably certain you can just, like, manage to send your whole self through that gap, bounce off the left platform, and bounce back fast enough that you don't hit the wall, and then you can throw off the right platform to get momentum back. And that's why that, like, little alcove is there. But I'm just not doing the first part of this fast enough to make that possible. At least not yet. That feels like a viable theory, at least, which is something. I guess the other thing is I should be using both jumps here, because, like, I need to use one jump to get past this bit anyway, so like, I'm already going down to my regular jump stuff, and, like, the platform, if I hit it, will recover my jumps for me. So the only thing is I'm just not getting there fast enough, then I probably can just dash there to get there fast enough. Or spend all my dashes. I'm cutting that too short. Cutting that too long. Those remain really fun in all these levels, that the jellyfish just goes on little adventures every time you fuck up. Or when you succeed, for that matter. Sometimes the adventures are directly into death fields for them, but most of the time they're just having a great time and it's you that's dead. Yeah. consistently too fast on that now. Or at least jumping in such a way that I consistently go over the top instead of bouncing off the platform. Check something real quick. Never mind. Tempted to look up a run of this just to see what you have to do to get through it correctly, but I'm trying to decide if that feels like cheating by my own standards or not. I did look to see if I had a clip of it, and no, I do not, is the answer. Or at least not in the place I would think I would have such clips. I think I don't have a lot of recordings of the farewell levels just because they are such long screens that they never fit into the Switch recording time, or like not meaningfully, because like, you know, the back half of the screen would, but not the rest of it. I think you need to bounce yourself and the jellyfish off that platform in the small gap there as it's rising, or you need to bounce the jellyfish off the wall, and I feel like neither one I quite see the timing for. been taking another stretch break before this level is done. Maybe I will just go look at a run of it and call that enough time spent banging my head against it, not successfully figuring out what the puzzle is. Also leave the actual challenge of doing the damn thing, just without the extra stress of what the fuck am I doing wrong here, besides everything. I'm also debating having some night coffee. So I already feel sleepy, which does not bode well for playing a bunch of this game. Probably not a whole like drip coffee. I guess I can do my machine can do 4 cups, which is a small amount. But I also could use the opportunity to pull out my well, my French press, but also my pour over set that I basically never use. I think I'm gonna take that stretch break, that night coffee, and perhaps that video peek. I will be right back. My night coffee is still dripping, but I have stretched, so I'll try again. And I will try again, because throwing the squid right into the block not as effective as you would like. It's a new technique I did learn from looking at a video, if I can succeed at it. I think I was making this harder for myself, but I also need to... I think there's actually several ways I'm making the screen harder for myself, but we'll worry about the other ones once I see if I can force my way through with new knowledge or not. Hi, Trishy. Trisha's licking her lip. She has had dinner. Possibly second dinner. I don't know. She's not really a regular meals type of cat. She is a I want some mouthfuls of kibble type cat. I'm doing order of operations wrong, but I think the thing that you're supposed to do here is actually a lot easier than I thought it was. Which is not the same as making this level easy. I would not mistake one of those for the other, but it does make this level significantly easier, which is great. A great thing to happen. I do need to get the timing right on it, though. Trisha is already watching my model flick her tail on the side screen. Oh, no, she is laid down. She's decided that she's had enough of watching motion, and now wants to just kind of rest and watch the wall instead. Which is her prerogative. She can do that if she wants. Cat-to-cat understanding. We get each other at a deep level. Like that, but slightly faster. Which part of that? Just the staring at a wall part? Because definitely mood there, but I wasn't sure if that's what you meant. I too would like to stare at a wall sometimes. Many times. Quite often, in fact. Ah, yes. Those blocks do respawn, so in theory, if you fall to the bottom but live, you can just wait for them to reload. However, that's slow and boring, and what if you just jumped into the spikes instead and started over? You gotta go fast. We are baby speedrunners. This game does force you to become baby speedrunner. Which, as it turns out, is not far from being real speedrunner. The only difference is, you know, spending more time and learning more things about yourself and how to play the game. I see. I did not remember these, like, straight up, like, put you back once you grabbed the keys in this until I watched it in the video. So I knew that the keys, like, stayed after you died, like, in this game generally, but I did not remember that, you know, extra bit of help you get. Now I need to learn how this one works. Yep, that's it. That's exactly what I was going for. That is what you want to do. I think one of the things I really appreciate, like, the way... I know, this is, again, like, the way I'm going to say this is going to be, like, this is just a thing about video games. But I love, like, the specific way Celeste loves to do, like, hey, here's the, you know, movement technique we would like to teach you in this session of levels. Now do it 3 times in a row. But, you know, without saying it or anything, just like, hey, there are 3 sections we have to do the same thing. Figure it out. It's good. And like always leads to kind of like a really compelling moment when you know, actually do land it successfully. I guess I should look at the rest of the level, probably. Like, you just have to get this, like, you have to get it over with enough momentum to, like, last in that middle bar for a second. Then you fall, dash across, dash up and into it, possibly, and then you have enough height. Like that, but without having spent both of my dashes. I think you want to angle this in such a way that you spend your dash, but also grab the jellyfish. I think you can, in theory, do like this, or maybe not. Because it's really easy to spend all your jumps and then send it over the fence, but that is not... Okay, you just do that, is what you do. Like, you don't actually need to give this one momentum. I'm thinking ahead to later puzzles where you, like, need to give it more momentum. But here it's just you do that. That. Some days feel like... I kind of saw after the first bounce how that was going, but I thought it would be funny if I ran into it several more times. What you got for me? Menacing. What's your gimmick? What trick is here? I bet these have some intended order that was not the order I did them in. Should be... Oh no, there's one more. There's another one over here. So I'm gonna have some water, and then I'm gonna get up and have that coffee. I do feel slightly more awake just from having gotten up and, like, quote-unquote stretched again, but I think I could be... I think I can stand to be more awake. Hey, man. Is there a key hidden on this screen somewhere, then? Perhaps there. There's nothing there. Nothing there. That's me. Nothing. Nothing. Yep. Look at me understanding the way this game designs things. Menacing. Oh, this is the way out of the level. You go straight through here once you've unlocked the last door. But for now, I go over here. I dash up, which gives me momentum. I throw it over, probably. Oh, God. This is one of those levels where it's like, you can look into it in advance, but it's like, I just need to see this shit. I need to learn by doing. To an extent, it's just every Celeste level for me, but some of them are more of that than others. I think you want to get those top ones as soon as possible, so you're not worried about momentum. Like something like this, perhaps. Fuck. Something like that, but with grabbing that crystal. Perhaps. Just maybe. That. Nope. Damn. Nope, nope, nope. The throw grab is still something I'm trying to retrain. Like, now I've, you know, been having a lot more success after getting up and stretching. But I'm still retraining that shit into my hands. Devious to have spikes on that too, so you can come in here too fast and just like lose it at the last second. I still could, in fact, if you get up here. Zooming. This might be disproven by later tracks, but I think this track might be one of my favorite farewell tracks. But as a formerly able to perform music and current person who allegedly knows how to play a cello person, I am always won over by strings when I hear them in a song. I go, yes, I know that one. Please give me more of it. I know there's one later song in particular I really like that is not a track necessarily, but yes, I can make noise out of a cello, and at some point I might remember how to actually play some songs. It's not just me being shady to myself, though I'll admit it is a little bit. Like, I straight up do not remember the finger positions anymore, and like, can barely sight read. So if I were to actually do something with a cello, it would require a bunch of like unrusting. Which I could do. It's not, you know, impossible by any means. I just would have to make the time for it. And the cello is actually with me. It used to be at my parents' house. And formerly I thought it was just gone. And then I had the thought of asking my parents about it. And they said, oh, no, we kept that. It's like, oh, I had thought you'd sold it because it's you know, worth a bunch of money. And I hadn't used it in years. Like, no, it's been in the closet. It needed to be retuned. And, like, it might need to be... The strings might need to be tightened on it now because it's... I don't keep it on an exterior wall because I'm not a total dumbass, but I keep it in a closet near an exterior wall because I have limited places I can put it. I could in theory put it in my living room actually, which would keep it farther from an exterior wall, which I might do, but for now it is in a different place. Yeah, need to remember finger positions, need to remember songs, need to go track down covers of things. You deal with the fact that the cello, like, as a, like, bass instrument, like, doesn't... frequently is not given sheet music that I actually want to play. It's given, like, accompaniment parts. Which would be cool if I, you know, had access to other people that play string instruments, like when I was, say, learning it. And working with someone who, you know, taught violinists and violists, and we played quartets. Which, you know... Turns out if you do that, you are better suited for... It is not as much of a bummer to be the person playing the accompaniment part. Because you can, you know, hear the other parts of the song. Or I guess, like, not be as bummed out about why is my part the dumb, boring part of the song that's just repetitive. my former cello teacher is doing well. I think even before I became one of the people that was no longer paying her money for lessons, she, I think, was like not having as many people to teach. It was not great for her finances, but I don't know. That was many years ago. I have no way of knowing any of the answers to these questions, and don't particularly need to get into it on a Twitch stream. I think stringed instruments are good, and music is a good thing. And I like when people make it. And I like when people make it, and I get to listen to it during a tough platforming game, and then I just get distracted saying bullshit for half an hour while jumping into spikes repeatedly. What am I trying to do here? It's like, sure, I can get up there. Do I want to throw it? Do you want to... Maybe you want to throw it onto those buttons, grab the wall yourself, dash into it as it comes up, and then bounce off that side wall? Maybe that'll work. So I keep trying to do like the diagonal jump grab that the one of those previous screens taught to me, but I think that is not at all the thing you want to be doing here. Yeah, you want to do that, but in a way that involves actually grabbing the jellyfish after. Or actually, because, you know, that worked. I grabbed the wall there, but then... Yeah, there's no way you can give enough momentum to hit that far thing, which I guess would be the only other one. So yeah, it's definitely got to be the case that you can just catch it on the bounce from that middle bit. I guess I could also be dashing into it there, because I'll get my jump back. The hard levels of this game have taught me so often to not spend jumps if I don't have to, or not spend dashes if I don't have to. But there's a bunch of stuff like this where it's like, no, that's not the challenge here. Like, you need to spend all your jumps all the time, because we're giving you more constantly. Of course, that right there is an example of when you do not want to spend the jump, because you need it. And I continue to mean dash, and maybe at some point I will actively remember that, but my brain always wants to say jump, even though that is not generally the mechanic here. And yeah, I think catching that low maybe could work, but I guess we'll find out. I guess, yeah, you can get it, like, right after it bounces. Yeah, like that, but, like, slightly faster, I think I would have had it. Like that, perhaps. God. We got this bunch of screens like this where it's like you have your little safe zone and it's like, alright, as soon as you touch this square, you're off to the races. You better be ready, hon. This is where we also get way into what if everything was falling springboards. Which, not against it. I think it's not like not the most annoying of the new shit they make you do in this, but it sure comes up a lot. Hell. Love making you do it twice in a row, too. God. I'm once again thinking of that line that, God, someone on Blue Sky, I'm not going to remember who, because it could be any number of people from, like, game dev crit type circles, but something about, like, players love to communicate with game developers through play, like through mechanics. And this is the kind of thing that makes me think of that quote and how correct it is. Like, yeah, this is me, like, engaging with the level designers and going, alright, sure. Why not bounce off the same pole twice? I think the actual gameplay of this, I feel like it's Matty Thorson, but maybe I'm wrong. I was not confident who the art is, but I was pretty confident the gameplay at least. But I could be wrong there. Nope. I think this is also only violin and viola. I could be wrong, there's cello in there, but that sounds like viola. It definitely is violin, and I think the lower of the two instruments is a viola, but I could be wrong. That sounds too high-pitched for a cello. No, maybe it's a trio, and there's also a cello. I think I can hear a bass note. Speaking of things I might try to learn if I were, you know, confident on the cello again, is some of the parts of this exact song. It's the kind of thing I would be like, hey, has someone done sheet music for this? Has Lena Raine released sheet music for this that I can do? I have so much memory of just failing to catch up to falling platforms at this DLC. So much. Hiding the telescope is so funny. Like, what you know to expect them on these screens. Like, hey, there's no telescope and there's this, like, weird open area. I wonder what that could be. Trying to throw the jellyfish at that one. Is that the trick? I think the jellyfish can collect these for you, but I guess we'll find out. forget if I said this, but I know the sleeve, or not, I guess not the sleeves, the individual records in the Celeste soundtrack record collection I have, each one has a little blurb from Luna Rain on them, describing, you know, stuff about the tracks or about the experience of working on the game, and they are all delightful to read. I'm trying to remember if Farewell is in that or if it's in a different thing. Because I could believe either are true, but I would have to go look at that. I would have to go pull those records out and look at them to be sure. I was very glad I was able to get that, because like that was one of the things where, like, you know, I only got a vinyl player recently, or relatively recently, and like that was one of the things where it's like, oh, if I had known to buy this years ago, I could have had it. And then I looked and I was like, oh, there is a Celeste vinyl collection I can still buy. I think off Bandcamp, maybe off something else. And I was like, yeah, just still available for purchase. Get in on that. And I spent, you know, however much it costs to get a full record set. Because Celeste, one of the things that's definitely like, yes, I will buy that whole record set. And not for a second feel regret about the purchase. My only regrets of those are like the one record that's become a bit warped, and like I, without necessarily meaning this as a self-abuse bludgeon, I can't cross out that was just me not treating the record well enough. Like I don't think it's necessarily the record that has done that to itself. And besides that one record that is demonstrating what a warped record sounds like for my edification, they're all fine and great to listen to. There we go. Go to hell. I don't actually mean that. I don't hate the jellyfish that much. I only hate the jellyfish a normal amount. Brilliant. Damn it. Jellyfish, help me out, man. Nope. I don't necessarily need to hit that bouncer. It's just that you do in fact need to catch it again afterwards, after you're done. Oh, I guess you actually do want to do that, and then use the lower bouncer to catch it. Like that, perhaps. Alright, these are also a new mechanic. I forgot these guys. These zoom when you land on them, which is different. Also, they make a different noise. Right, yes. I am recalling. I am remembering. Yes. No. Also no. Yeah, I think you really don't want to get the full momentum off this is the problem that I'm running into. Like, you need to send it over, yeah, like that. And then you do that, and then you die. But what if instead you didn't die, and you made the jump, and then you left the level? I think just an up left jump back. I'm trying to cross the distance, like, for some reason. Like, that's what my brain wants to do, but I think it's not the play. I think you want to ideally not do that. So you can do that. A lot of getting very intimately familiar with the activation ranges for these dipshits. I have as much ire built up for these guys as I have built up for the jellyfish, and for much the same reason. Right, I'm gonna get coffee and be right back. Aurora, I'm just looking at your last message and thinking of like how the complaining I've been doing like earlier in the stream, and just thinking like, oh, it's all muscle memory. It really is all muscle memory. The cello, muscle memory. This game, muscle memory. Me doing a third thing that I've thought up to accentuate this example, also muscle memory. Didn't think that all the way through. Muscle memory, also muscle memory, weirdly enough. Many don't think of it this way, but... Think of the fucking drill tweet, like, how did I get this crying? How did I get this crying? How did I get this? Except for a muscle memory. Damn. I wonder how many deaths those spike crystals in the left corner have had. Because it's got to be non-zero, but it's also got to be very close to zero, I feel like. It's just not natural to die in that part of the screen in particular. Many other parts of the screen, yes, absolutely. I see how it would happen. I've done it myself. But that corner, just so out of your way. Like that, but with more success. Honestly, maybe that would work if I just, like, feathered the dash right. Instead of being slammed directly into a crystal, if I dashed, I might be able to make it through that. I'm pretty sure like, the thing I'm doing with Bounce this guy up feels exactly right. I just need to succeed getting through it. Ow. It's probably not good how many, like, tweets, and, like, specifically tweets, not just general concept of a social media post, just reside rent-free in my brain. Like, to keep in perspective, it is among the better things that social media has poisoned me with, but it is also definitely a thing it has poisoned me with. I just have these posts in my head now, forever. Are they taking up space I could use for other things? I don't know. We've never determined if my memory works that way or not, but they certainly are taking up space. They are existing in there. Just think how many girls I could fit in that space instead of posts. I didn't try playing Day of the Tentacle Remastered when I got to it, but I think it was one of several games that, like, well, I say several. I have played Day of the Tentacle Remastered, I have played Grim Fandango Remastered, and I have played Broken Age, which I think are basically my sample, the personal sample I have of adventure games of that era. And I enjoyed playing them. They're good. You know, those games are, you know, beloved for a reason. But also, there were games where I was very glad that the universal hint system exists, which I will never stop talking up in any circumstance. Because there sure are a lot of adventure game-ass puzzles in those adventure game-ass adventure games. It's like, yeah, I would never have thought of that. Thank you, guide, for leading me to this without immediately spoiling it. It's a shame that you needed to spoil it before I got what you're trying to hint to me, but hey, at least I tried, you know? I feel like this is exactly the right thing to be doing. I just need to react faster on the dash. I just am not reacting faster on the dash. I think you just need that sideways momentum. It's possible you need to let it get higher up and get a, like, basically a horizontal boost instead of this diagonal one. I'm getting at just the wrong moment, but yes, you need to do exactly that. Nope. You know, non-exhaustive list of games I should get to on my Wednesday stream series or otherwise. Chicory. Speaking of games, Lunar Rain soundtracks that I have the soundtrack for but have not bought or not played. And it's one I've been led to believe is very good as well. I just haven't gotten to it. I'll put that in the I should make an actual list. I think I was starting to make a Obsidian list for streaming ideas. I just didn't get around to finishing it or filling it out further, but I will add Chicory into that list when I get to it. I think Chicory is what I'm thinking of. I might be merging two different games that are in this bucket of I need to play this at some point. I do really want to replay Oberdin. I think I'm going to move that somewhere not too far down in the queue. Because, like, I'm sure that, as I was telling you, Aurora, there are definitely, like, deaths I'm going to remember how to solve from that game. Just because some of them, I'm sure, are going to stand out even with this much time. But I am convinced at this point that I have forgotten enough of that game to have a very satisfying replay experience. And also, even if that's somehow not true and I remember every second of it, that game looks cool as hell and I will be happy to look at it again. I'll be happy to be like, hey, Oberdin, good fucking game. Just telling everyone who watched that stream, like, hey, if you don't already own this game that I'm playing right now, buy it. Buy it right now. Get the fuck out of my stream and go buy it. Which is not true for Celeste, I guess, come to think of it, but... So that's also the kind of game I would be like, yeah, so you haven't played this before, go get it. And come back later. God, I need to... Getting that Super Momentum off that is kind of screwing me over. I think it's not, like, irrecoverable necessarily, but it's, like, causing a problem. So I need to, like, kill time in the air more than I would have to if I wasn't getting that much momentum. But I guess if I'm locked in on getting that amount of momentum, I should just learn how to recover from it. It's just a diagonal jump and then like stall a little bit, basically. Like that, for example. Yeah, you need to be a little bit faster to mount it one more time and get the your jump recovery. Oh, now you don't give me the full momentum, fucker. Hesitated. Like, I just hesitated. There's nothing else to it. Oh, come on. I should be able to react fast enough to say that if it happens. I'm just getting used to the super burst pattern for some reason. Well, I guess for some reason. Because it's happened a bunch recently, but I should be able to handle both. Damn. I really gotta not be that fast. There's only so much time you can hang in the air with only one dash to your name. Hey, nope. I was just thinking how that Oberdin has like various like graphics modes you can put it in, and I don't think there's a custom one. Like they're all like existing presets. But I had the idea of like doing a magenta and like black or magenta and white monochrome mode, and how that would be unreadable and blinding, much like the old VR boy, Virtual Boy. There, that one. Which I think is a preset mode in Oberdin, and is as awful as you would expect it to be. Perhaps definitional ahead of its time console. Definitional. Definitely that's a word. You can trust me. Don't look it up. Don't worry, I brought my own. Too fast. Gotta get this boy his platform. So like that, but with the jellyfish landing. I'm not sure how you've gotten to this subject, but yes. Yeah, it is free and easy to simply drink the blood of someone who's already high and get it from them. Don't ask me how I know. I'm not allowed to disclose it on streams like these. All blood drinking was consensual between partners who trusted and loved each other. It is not the position of the stream that you should drink random people's blood. Leave this to professionals. Oh, yes. I see. Sorry, my brain ripped in a different direction. Nope. Such a pain to not run into those crystals. Just getting too much height every time. Yeah, I think you can basically throw it where the block is where it starts out, so you don't need to do this, like, clever timing shit I'm doing, but I think it might be easier to do that anyways. Like that, but with the guy landing. God damn it, Jellyfish, you have one job. I guess technically the Jellyfish has 0 jobs. Everything is my responsibility. I am the player character. Okay. So at that point, do I want to try to catch the block on the other side at that point? Is that the trick? Because then you can just drift right into the crystal, drift down there, dash up, and then you're good. Maybe. Well, let's practice that part, I guess. Yeah, you could. Yeah, you could definitely go over top in time. Oh, that was perfect. I just didn't turn and grab. Like, I really need to, like, pace those jumps out, but I'm just, like, so tight on the timing here that that's tricky. Which, again, is the literal point of the levels. They're challenging in this precise way. I'm not surprised by this, but I remember, like, looking at the Celeste wiki for, I don't know, probably strawberry stuff, and seeing people note that according to, like, you know, the speedrunning community for Celeste's, like, ranking system, like, what a bunch of the Seasides and, like, Farewell rank at. And, like, it's, you know, advanced, say. I'm not sure that's true. Pretend, for the sake of argument, it is advanced. And they kind of note, like... Or I guess maybe just even implies. I didn't go look at all the modded stuff I could have, but... You know, there's definitely stuff above that in the, you know, custom Celeste scene. Made for people who, you know, speedrun this game and, like, have gotten good at, like, the... At more advanced movement stuff than, like, the base game, or even Farewell, ever ask of you. Which, neat. And even if I don't, like, I don't think I'm going to anytime soon get into that stuff, it is nice to see... It is nice to, I guess, feel as close to the speedrunning community as I do, as I've, you know, noted before, just because of, like, the kind of things the game asks of you that generally games like this wouldn't tend to ask. it's nice. It's kind of nice to be like not that far from the to not feel as like separate from the speedrunning community as I might otherwise with any other game. And I guess even like that way, I feel like I'm inclined to like phrase it even more carefully, because like you're never really that distant from the speedrunning community of a game if you choose to, you know, engage with it. Like it's all. I am sure, you know, there are plenty of communities where, you know, they're not that accepting, or, you know, they're clicky, or just ain't ever reason to get into it. But I have broadly heard that speedrunning communities are, you know, very welcoming, always love new blood, like in lots of cases are, you know, very queer, or populated heavily by trans women, non-binary folks, trans men. And like, yeah, it's kind of nice to be reminded, like, oh yeah, you can always get into this stuff. Like, I have not chosen to be in any of this community, so, you know, put in the hours to be in them, but nice to be reminded they're there, I guess, outside of GDQ and like watching, you know, a task speedrun from time to time. God, I need to more consistently get over the top there. I'm at least getting the rest of this mostly down to a science, but that's not the throw I've been doing. Might have been fine, but nope. damn. I do always love a, like, send ally or, you know, item to a separate section of the level to ride through while you do a difficult thing as, like, platforming conceit. Like, yeah, this jellyfish just gets a peaceful little ride. It's me, this guy, do all the tough jumping. Well, it gets a peaceful ride when I don't fuck up the throw. When I fuck up the throw, it gets a very slow death, which is worse. Truly, treatment of jellyfish is a land of contrasts. Having to uncrouch, uncrunch, unfold one of those, my legs, because they're getting stiff. Damn, too much English on it. I think I'm not going to stop using that for momentum generally when it mostly is meant to mean too much spin. I don't think I'm giving this thing any appreciable spin, but maybe I'm still allowed to use the phrase. There's not really anyone that can stop me, I guess. Well, I guess that would work, except for the part where I was killed, but... Yes. Nope, I didn't get my jump recharge back. So I didn't actually touch the top of the box at all. Timing was perfect there, I just flubbed the jump. I think in one or two tries I'm going to pause for a second just to check something, but I won't. It won't be a break when I need to get up from the computer. I'll just be here, but silent for a second. Nope. Nope. How am I throwing it backwards? How have I evolved new tech? New incorrect tech. Anti-tech. I was not sure why evolved was the word I went for there, of all the possible words I could have used. Just spoke to me. Much like Harrier Dubois, I do not know why my brain does the things it does. It just kind of does them, and live with the consequences. Dying to the spikes there, so I'm trying to cut that as close as possible because I don't have time to get over the top otherwise, but... Sorry, I'm just gonna check something. Bear with me. Or feel free to be something else with me. It's up to you. You don't have to be a bear. I mean, I think the answer is just jump up and don't be a coward, but... I've had such a long streak of not successfully getting across the top. Like that, but without the part where I... Well, I guess I didn't get my jumper charge for one, and also I jumped into spikes for two. So, two distinct points of failure there that can be improved in a future run. That was mostly an improvement. Just, again, without the part where I jumped directly into spikes. I hate that I didn't get my jump recharge. I just skimmed the top instead of properly grabbing it, but... It's just such a narrow space to work in that I'm always hesitating, and like I need to not be hesitating, I need to be decisive and move. Like I have done all the pieces of this, I need to do them in the correct order. And at once. And also stop innovating new ways to throw this thing backwards. Or jumping into spikes after throwing it. That's also not good. It's also no good. I think like corner bumping onto it felt fairly safe to do here. Maybe there are other workable ways to do it. And there's also this failure case I'm demonstrating right now, but for the most part, feels like that is more reliable to do and has at least less likelihood of having me bang my head on the crystals. Fuck. I needed to touch it to get my jump back, but I also needed to jump off immediately. God damn it. The failures in throwing are just that I'm letting go of a directional button too soon. Because I'm focused on the lower bit stuff I have to do. And forgetting that I need to make sure that thing has the right momentum before I come down here. I was about to say at least I'm getting the jellyfish consistent, and I guess that's still mostly true, but that was a good example of the times I do not consistently get the jellyfish. God. Just such a little space to work in. My reactions there are slow. I'm an old woman. I'm not quite Granny's age, I'm getting up there. If Celeste were an anime, Granny would be 32, is the thing. God damn it. I think waiting a second on the jump pad is the right play, but I think I am waiting a little bit too long. So I had to time it just right so that the crystal that gets you if you're too early doesn't get me, but not so late that I don't have time to get the jellyfish and get off, as it were. That was perfect. I just need to drop down. I should have just jumped. I should have just jumped exactly where I was standing. Not dash, just jumped in place. I only have died in that way for a minute. I would love to stop dying by ramming my head into the bottom of the block, though. I could go for a different kind of death. Nope, not like that, though. I've also seen that one too many times. I would like to see a different death. Motherfucker. I either get killed by the spikes or I don't get the jump, but never at once do I pull it off, and also, or never can I pull it off, apparently. I just want to get my jump and then slowly drift off the platform like I did like a dozen attempts ago that I know I'm fully capable of doing. Mother... Again! Just want my jump back. That's all I need. Just one little jump. So little time to get jump and then get off the platform. It's not that tight of a timing, it's just tight enough that I apparently keep like flailing or like walking one pixel too far and directly into spikes when all I need was like to land for a frame. Then move on with my life. God! I need to react faster. That's just all there is to it. There is no secret here. There is... react faster. And then leave the screen and move on to newer pastures. Not necessarily greener, because, again, like, this is just what Farewell is. But... different problems, new and innovative deaths, new challenges to grow towards, things of this nature. Fuck. It's too bad that I very intentionally nuked all my Twitter stuff from the internet when I stopped using it, but because it would be great to find the post and probably video of beating Farewell's final screen for the first time. And just contrasting that date and time and my gender at the time with the current date and time and my gender at the time. Which is something I'm going to do when I get to the last bit of the post-completion bit of Farewell. For sure. I just don't have the and I have a rough date when I would have beaten it. I just don't have the timestamp post because it doesn't exist anymore. I guess you can just go ahead of the block, really. Maybe that's part of how you're supposed to do this, because you just do... No? Maybe. Maybe you don't have enough height for that to work. Okay, so you can definitely keep ahead of it that way. I'm just not sure that actually helps you, if anything. I guess there's a more reliable way to get through that tunnel, in theory, which has been one of my sticking points here. But I do need to figure out how to be in the right place for the block if I go through faster, because I've been dependent upon that timing to an extent. Which means I probably will just keep doing it the way I was doing it, even if there's this other, in some ways, more reliable way to do it. Motherfucker. Damn it, well, improvement, even if it's frustrating. You just get so much momentum walking off of this thing. Like, it's always my poor reaction time here, but it is also that, like, you have so little time to correct given on how the movement works. At least of how I'm doing it. Maybe there's, again, easier ways to do it, but I can only know what I know. Really need to not have the extra height from it. I held on the button when I shouldn't have. What I meant to do was stop holding the button, however. So in my heart of hearts, really I did the right thing. Unfortunately, it doesn't mean much for the game. It doesn't particularly care about that. Hate how, like, every 20th time it just misses the platform. Like, I know it's just because I'm not being 100% consistent on my timing or my throws, but it feels like I am, so when it just stops working, it's like, what? I disagree. Right, you probably want to do the throw and or like drop and then like vertical jump that I learned on that earlier screen, because that you can definitely do that in that space. Sorry, I was checking something. This would also help to get the jellyfish near the middle of the platform, or perhaps a little bit to the right. But I don't know that I have the consistent throwing ability to do that. At least, again, with the way I've chosen to do it. I could believe there are better ways to do it, even within my skill set, but... New and exciting failure discovered. Jumping straight over the platform like that is so frustrating. Need to react faster. There's just nothing else for it. Finally. Well, farewell's over. Hope you all enjoyed it. Definitely not more after this point. Word. Damn, heartbreak. I love how glitchy it gets. So cool. Celeste Farewell, really good. Nice try. I Aurora, if you're about to be back, I might hold for a second, so I want you to see PowerPoint.ppx, but it's not critical. Oh, am I gonna have a problem? Oh no, that's Saturday. Sweet. Sorry, I'm taking this time to check something else. To see if I have given myself a scheduling conflict or not. I don't think I have, but I'm trying to double check that. Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. And what time is... What time is... What time is? What time is? Okay. Okay. Actually, I'm gonna just do a full bio. I'll be right back. Where is this button, and this button? Bye. Wow. This bit's so cool. I love the music for it too, which is on all the soundtracks, naturally. True. Yeah. True. I think she's got her head on her shoulders at this point, and Madeline just kind of being stubborn. But I've also finished the video game, so... Damn, what do I do about it? Wave dashing? I've heard of him. Just play it again. Okay, just plays it again. Rusty, but have done it. I love they also make you do corner dashing again here. Damn. What if repeated wave dashing successfully? No. This is one of the things I, again, basically do by reflex action, and, like, I know, in a sense, how to do it mechanically, but I'm never thinking about it like that. I am just kind of letting my hand take over, which, good when, you know, it works in motion, bad when I am just getting off on the timing and have to, like, wait until my hand figures it out. Oh, yeah, corner bounce off that last bit, of course. I remember this taking me a lot of attempts first try when I had not, like, internalized wave dashing. Because I remember now that, like, you're made to do, like, special case wave dashing in core side C. But I think otherwise you just don't ever need to know wave dashing in the base game. It's helpful if you do. Again, you know, it is a speed game, or it is designed specifically to be easy to work well as a speed game. That would have worked. But you don't need to do it, and therefore I never learned to do it, and therefore, you know, this was one of my big wave dashing learning experience, as I guess designed for, you know, the average player who did not just pick that stuff up on their own. Yes, casual is the terminology, but I hate that, so. God. Damn. I'm just, this middle one, I don't know why it's giving me so much trouble. I guess it said if you don't have the jump, you're too low to the ground, so presumably I am consistently too low to the ground on the middle one, which, understandable, given it is the second one in the sequence. You're, by definition, not going to be in as good of a position to get a second jump as when you're, you know, starting the screen and have full control over where you are, as opposed to having to do it on the fly. Nope. Nope. God. I keep being too low to the ground on that middle one. Oh, yes, but no. Yes, but more importantly, no. Almost. Not close. I'm getting better about making the muscle memory a semi-conscious process. Which makes it easier to, you know, fix the timing, as opposed to being like, well... Oh, that was beautiful until I fucked up. Being perfectly in sync was so good. I disagree. I feel like I'm getting as close as possible without actually being close enough, which, again, kind of tautology to say, but there we go. I'm glad things continue to be normal outside. Hey, bud. Sorry about this. It is just a bird. Damn. That's definitely the more sensible explanation. You're definitely not being weirdly stubborn about this for no reason, Madeline. Nope. Hope you like wave dashing and corner bouncing. I don't think you need to wave dash off these, but I think it's good practice to do it, and you might have to later on. Yeah, you have to do it there, I'm pretty sure. Or at least it's helpful to do it. And again, it's always good to practice this shit. Especially if you know the game is going to make you do more of it later. Also, hey, water bear. Practicing doing it consistently, specifically, is highly worth it. Unfortunately, I'm practicing doing it inconsistently. There we go. I really love seeing these outside of core. Nope, you need your jump back for that. The real Celeste starts here. Or something. Yeah, I really need to get momentum off that. Like that, perhaps. Damn it. Diabolical. Just terrified every time I see a big screen in Farewell, which is all of Farewell. So I know it gets, you know, scarier and scarier, but... No, you need to hit it there. And I guess actually at that point is it just done? Because yeah, that is gonna be gone. So you just need to wait until it. Oh, you still need to jump off at the right time. And okay, you do need some of the top of the block to be safe still at that point. Which important thing to remember. Because I think it'd be the case that most of the block is no longer safe on top, but you do need a little bit of it. Which, tricky. Also tricky, not dying to spikes on the way down. Damn. I had enough space, it was awful. Okay, that. Yep, exactly like that. Staring at the top of the block instead of all the other things that desperately need my attention. Definitely better positions to be in here. We got it though. Does he only need a wave dash off that? I guess you have the time, but... Actually, what if it were easy to do it? Hard to do the corner bounce, though. Nope. Oh, I didn't get enough height. Easy. I don't think I actually need to be that stingy with jumps, but... Oh, I guess you can just spend all your jumps there, because you get them back. Okay. So maybe then you do just do something like this. Fall. That, but grabbing onto the block again, is what I meant. Nope. Just fall sideways, and then up. Like that, but without getting dunked by momentum, I think. Okay, maybe you need to save one dash then. Which... I guess if you just like corner bounce at the right moment, maybe that... Yeah, that's gotta be it. He's gonna fall off at the right moment and then just corner bounce your way back up. Yeah, exactly like that. And then you have one dash to get to that other one. We do need to really nail that corner bounce. Which I'm inconsistent on those, but I have gotten a decent amount of practice like getting them. Well, I think that would have worked actually if I'd gone a little faster. So maybe you don't need the corner bounce. It's just a way to do this. In a helpful way, I think, 'cause you get that extra momentum that you're not going to have otherwise. I should have just waited a second. It would have been fine. I'm still always afraid of dying to grip meter, even though it's not usually that scary in most levels. I've been a little faster. Really would love to dial in that corner bounce a bit better, because it definitely seems the best way to do this. I just am not quite getting it. Threw it away. I mean, I think I'm just letting myself fall too far as part of it, because I'm afraid of the spikes. And also being slightly too early to fall because I'm afraid of the spikes. Need to be fast. Need to let go of the spikes at least by that point, but I can, like, wait. Yeah. That was fine if I dashed sideways like I meant, instead of up or left like I accidentally hit. Nope. Directional input's my eternal foe. The game should simply know whether I mean diagonal or forward direction dash, and even understand if I press the wrong thing that I mean. I'm getting the bad habit of hitting the bounce but not committing to it. Well, I committed to it. Committed to it a little bit too hard, but... Damn it. Doesn't know that besides not quite having the timing on hitting the corner bounce at all, I am way inconsistent on how much momentum I get off of it. Which is why I'm sometimes slamming into the spikes and why I'm sometimes just missing it. Well, I guess missing it and slamming into the spikes on that one. True advanced failure mode there. Hey, come on. Should have given that one to me. I disagree, is the thing. I guess I could, in theory, spare a jump at that point, but fuck. I really need to stop doing diagonal dashes when I don't mean to. It's literally getting me killed so many times when I don't need to be. Hands, you have betrayed me for the last time. I don't know why I tried to use the block. I mean, I guess I probably needed to, but if I was gonna use it, I needed to use it faster than that, not slower. I was trying to do wait until the block disappears and also use the block on the same interaction, which doesn't work. There we go. Real shit. Nope, I wanted to be on the other side of that. This. I need to stop holding grab just compulsively. This is the exact moment when it is detrimental to my play to do it. Almost. I didn't necessarily need to go back to that lower one, but I knew I could make it, and it would be nice to have the full jumps. Even if it's maybe not necessary to get off the screen, but couldn't say. Oh, made the same mistake. I feel like that is the correct play. I just need to do it in a way that does not get me killed. The story of Celeste. Do the thing in a way that doesn't get you killed. Platforming tips, don't die. If you have the opportunity to not jump into spikes and not fall into a pit, do that. If you see a spike, don't jump on it. See a pit, don't jump in that. See a platform, get on that shit. I'm so good at platforms. How? Fucking beginner's luck all used up on that bit specifically, where I did that, like, upper jump flawlessly the first few times, and now I've just forgotten how to do it. Fuck. Oh, okay. We're fine. Everything's great. I don't know why we'd think anything was anything other than great and perfect and wonderful within the video game. Yeah, I'm just steering too much is what's happening, I think. Like, I was not really steering it the first time. And now I'm trying to steer towards the thing and plunging directly into spikes as a consequence. again doing it. I just need to trust in the bounce. I should not have spent that jump. I should not have spent that one jump. Again, just trust in the bounce. Trust in the bounce. Also, don't grab the wall when you don't mean to. You're still fucking holding on for dear life for no reason. I'm not learning from my mistakes. I was trying to corner. I think corner bouncing there actually is the play. I think that would give me enough momentum to get up there. But I'll need to get back to that point to test that theory out. Nope, incorrect. Oh, haven't failed that in a bit. Oh, well, just do that, I guess. Can corner jump off that, but I don't think it actually gains you anything to do so. I think this is a momentum game. Yeah. Not quite what I was going for. Jump off that second one so early to not have the momentum. I'm pretty sure you just need to like dash vertically, like immediately after jumping off it to get onto it before it falls down, and then grab the recharge next to it. Ideally jump back on before it finishes falling. Dash up to that one. Which I think will try to smash you against the wall, so you need to jump off first and then shimmy up that little gap. So it's that. Too fast! God damn. Oh, do you need to corner bounce off? You might need to corner bounce off that one before it falls. Hell yes. I love this game so much, even when it's making me do terrible things. And yeah, you need to corner bounce again right up. Yeah, I see. I see how to do this screen now. I can't honestly remember how often I had to look up how to do screens in my first playthrough. I feel like I must have had to look up a bunch of Seaside stuff and, like, definitely Farewell stuff, if nothing else, but I just straight up do not have any memory of it or, you know, any ability to look that up. I guess you can just do that. Fishy. Remember that thing I said about the level design loving to do repeated, like, I hope you know how to do this mechanic? What if it was exactly this kind of screen that I meant when I said that? It was not, that was not the screen I was thinking of when I said that, but also this is a great example of what I meant. Just do the thing, do the thing, do the thing, and it's satisfying. It's fun to get it right. Especially when I almost got it right first try. I just need to, like, you don't even need a corner bounce there. I thought you had to, but nice. Simply do something right in sequence and don't fuck it up. Gone for ages, gone forever, left me alone forever. Hi, Aurora. You missed PowerPoint.ppx and also a bunch of fun platforming. There will be more fun platforming. It is a game about fun platforming. You can find it in the recording. I believe in you. I think you can dash through these when they're crossing spikes like that. I think I'm just not also sure if you need to do that to complete this screen or not. I mean, the short of it is there's a cute little thing teaching you how to wave dash, and I have been reminded how to wave dash because the game wants me to wave dash a lot. And I'm happy to do it because it's really satisfying to get right. Also, the world's glitchy now, because I caught the bird, and I'm still convinced the bird is part of Granny, but maybe it's becoming increasingly clear that that might not be what's going on. Sometimes a bird is just a bird, as Freud said, I think. Sigmund Freud, sometimes a gawk is just a gawk. Just ruining the metaphor entirely and not even trying to come up with equivalent comparisons. I just wanted to say the word. Okay, yeah, so you cannot cross the crystal like that. Fair enough. What is the yonic equivalent of a cigar? Question for the ages. Oh. Maintaining your jump off these is tricky in a devilish way. I guess it is tricky, but it's also not even a thing about trickiness so much as like very easy to fuck up with these and like that and not get your jump back instead of getting your jump back. Especially when you're again holding on to grab for dear life because it's your comfort button and it makes you happy to press it. No, I didn't need to do that dash in particular. Like, I think going vertical to get your jump back here is what you basically want to be doing. It's just a matter of, like, correctly timing it to not A, waste your jump and die, or B, hit spikes and die. A lot of, dying in this tough platformer game, weirdly enough. Yeah. Yonic is a good word. I need to find more ways to use yonic in my vocabulary. Phallic has had its time in the sun. I think going over that first bounce is the correct play, but I need to, I don't know, have a plan for after that. I hate that this is giving me so much trouble. I guess like among one of the weird and or annoying things about this is some of these screens feel a lot easier even if they aren't. Even if they are or aren't. Just like it feels like I should have this by now. But it turns out these are all difficult screens on account of that's remains the thing. Yeah. I should have just gone underneath for another interesting. Another recharge. did the thing. I should have just gone to the right and committed at that point, is what I should have done. Nope. Fuck. Thank you for whatever you flipped of me. Glad I'm still generating bullshit for you to subject me and future Twitch viewers to. That I'll have to remember to save separately. I've been saving the clips just like direct from Twitch, so like in 720p and all that. I feel like at some point I should like re-encode the local recordings to get higher quality clips, but I don't know. I feel like it preserves the mystique of the Twitch clip to have it be 720p. And with not necessarily having the chat built. I think they should have the chat built in, it's a pain to do that because of how I've built my process, and also if I do that, it suddenly makes significantly more sense to bring the chat in. Like, if I'm going to go through the trouble of re-encoding it, then I might as well bring the chat in. Or, I guess it works both ways. Like, if I'm going to bring the chat in, it's going to require a re-encode anyways, in which case I should use the raw recording as opposed to the clip. But what I probably will do is just have the clip without chat on my YouTube channel and save the clip on Twitch for forever. Though I still honestly feel weird about that, because I nuked all my old clips like very intentionally because it bugged and bugs me to have a clip that doesn't associate to a stream, even if Twitch, you know, lets you do that. And in theory, if I were being consistent about it, I would, you know, be deleting my clips when the associated videos expire, but I've just been leaving them up. You know, and we'll probably continue to do that. Like, I don't really see it. It is weird to me, but I don't feel that strongly about deleting them off my Twitch. I'll just also put them on my YouTube. Getting the corner bounces accidentally is in one sense very satisfying, because it's good to see it. I've internalized that so well. On the other, it's deeply infuriating, because it's exactly the wrong thing to be doing on this screen, and it is fucking me over every time I do it. So it's good and it's bad. It's a land of contrasts, as they say. Speaking of posts that are forever embedded in my brain and cannot be removed by any means. Like that, for example. Great example of fucking myself over with advanced techniques. I think actually that is the play. Like, do a diagonal thing through it on that lower end. Like, there's a lot of ways to do this screen, and a lot of them involve, like, taking a slower cycle than you technically need to. But I think, like, I can just do this. Well, not that. This. This, no. This, no. That, no. Ah, fuck. need to let go of my comfort button once more. Like that, but without landing on the spike, and I would have been fine. That, like that. Nope. 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 Good up until that point, though. Here's another good example of, like, I hope you like doing this move in sequence. Which they told us a long time ago. Like, they made me do this on the, what? Ruins B-side, I'm pretty sure. If, like, definitely that. Or... definitely the C side, but I'm pretty sure even the B side made you do the jumping out of these bit. Made you learn that technique. That, like that. Nope. Right. Overthinking it. Okay. What do you got for me? I see. Thank you. I remember this screen. I do not remember anything about how to do it, but I do remember it. I recognize it. And the question is, what am I meant to be doing here? So I'm pretty sure this one stymied me for a minute. Oh, unless it's... oh, I think I actually do... yeah. I see. Fucking Maddie Thorson telling me fucking eat my Wheaties, where my Wheaties are replaced by wave dashing over and over again. So say I land that perfectly, and I'm really impressed with myself. I do a corner kick there, I grab back on, I float through, I jump over that one, I slide down real quick, I go through that gap, I let the block pass by a little bit, then I jump, grab back on it, or perhaps, no, I think I have to jump, corner bounce, probably. Go over the top, grab back on, ride to the end, because the block is at, yeah, that height. Okay. Getting the timing right in this first bit alone is, I think, most of the challenge here. Like, not all of the challenge by any means, but most of it is just, like, getting the timing right. And it's kind of helpful that, like, you have, like, you know, kind of useful visual cue of like which block it's passing. But you still do have to, you know, internalize that and apply it. Kind of. Almost. that would have been fine, I think, if I just committed. Nope, that was too slow. Nope. That, I think, was basically perfect. I might have been like a hair too fast, but I think it would have worked out if I just like hung in the air for a second longer. Also noticing you don't technically need to die to reset if you are on that first platform, but it also takes long enough that it's like, no, I'd rather just reset. I don't really want to wait for the block to return before making another attempt, actually. I'd rather just add another depth to the counter and get going. So I'm not going to be hurting for deaths on the counter by the end of this. Brilliant. No, I'm still slightly early. Problem is it's really hard to start and accurately land a wave dash while staring at the block and internalizing the timer, as it turns out. This isn't even the only hard part of this screen. Like, granted, it is one of the harder parts of this screen, I'm pretty sure, based on the look ahead, but... It's like, I am gonna fuck up the platform the first time I get that far. However, I don't think that bit is that hard, really, compared to landing this consistently. Because wait, it's... land this... ride the block through there, jump over the spike, which I probably will fuck up, but is relatively easy. Ride through there. And then, yeah, time another jump wall kick, and then quote-unquote home free. trying to think how much farewell I have left, because like we're getting close to the last act, I think, but I don't remember how much is between now and that point. And then I know after that point there are still a bunch of screens, including the screen. We'll see. I'm not too worried about it. I'm just kind of curious, I guess. I've already thought of what I'm calling the next stream if it is a Celeste stream again, so I have that part taken care of. I've in fact thought about what I would call the next stream if it came to that. So I'd love to run a joke into the ground. If I could just do the wave dash consistently without having to like look at my movement, it would make this a lot easier. Because like a lot of these I'm pretty sure would not be quite the right timing, but the fact that I'm not even getting to find out because I am fucking up the wave dash is frustrating. I think I'm consistently going early is the other thing. And it's just been kind of hard to dial it in because of A, all the failed attempts, and B, a lot of times I've been late. So I've been trying to push early, but I think I pushed too early. Like, I think that was perfect timing, except for the part where I did not do a wave dash correctly. That part was bad. I think starting farther back in the platform will help, but... yeah, it's still early. I think I want it to be like... nope. It's a narrow fucking window. I love to correctly remember choruses of songs. You know, chorus is the right... I don't know what you call it in a full instrumental piece. If there's... I think you still divide it up in the same way. There's just not parts that involve vocals. I am definitely not loopy from the coffee and the drugs and the playing hard platforming for several hours. My mind is in a very stable state and I am very sane. All these things and more are true about me. I hate how I keep getting really good corner bounces too early and really bad corner bounces every other time. Like it's either directly into the spikes or perfect form but too early to save it. Nothing in between. I've not found the actual successful jumping position between the two where I succeed at the puzzle. I was poking at the model earlier today and didn't really do anything particularly meaningful to it, but I did remember that when you make a bunch of changes to the model to correct things like I've been doing recently, it tends to mess up the shape keys, in that like your vocal shape keys and ones like that will pick up those changes for whatever reason. So you need to go through and find like vertices that are now moving in that expression shape key that shouldn't be, and fix them, which there's functionality to do. You can like reset it to base, but you need to correctly identify which vertices shouldn't move. And have an easy way to do that, I found, was select all the ones that should move and then invert selection. Or, you know, select like roughly the ones that should move and then do it that way. And then if you need to correct ones that like you accidentally didn't change with that heuristic, then you can go do that. But you can at least, you know, get the broad category quickly, which is what I did earlier. And re-exported. I've not exported. I need to put that model on Windows, but I re-exported to my network share at least, so I can put that model in on Friday. I can also, when I'm on Windows, I can do a new VR chat upgrade as well, just so I have that model with not weird facial expression stuff, which I don't know if it would show, but I know it definitely would be the case that like parts of the model would move with my expressions that shouldn't. And if there's any chance at all people would notice, or even if no one noticed, I would notice, and it would drive me insane, so I definitely want to fix that shit. And as soon as I go back into Unity and re-upload, it should be fixed. It's very satisfying to have the VR chat model set up again. It reminds me that I can do such things, and, you know, means I have a functional model that I could use for near or far future VR things, perhaps. I say far. Near or not quite as near future. Let's say it that way. This month and several months from now. Damn. Fuck. Okay, I thought my mic had stopped working for a second, but it was just that the tracking had not picked it up. I think I'm just consistently being a little bit too fast here. And when I try to correct for that, I instead become too slow instantly. The timing window, it be tight. Ah, fuck. So I was attracted by how much mic I was getting when I was not talking. I guess it's just controller noise or whatever. I'm once again being distracted by motion in my vision. As befits my nature. I hesitated. I should not have hesitated. Also, I'm just even more early than I think I am, but again, the fact that I'm not consistently doing launches makes it hard to really suss out how much the timing is the problem and how much my movement is the problem. Because, like, that could just be that I'm not getting a good enough bounce and that the timing there is fine. Or it could be that this is too late, which is how I've been interpreting it. I think it's still being too late, but it might also be the movement. Nope, that's definitely too late. Nope. Ah. Getting almost enough hype, but not quite enough hype to get over is infuriating. Need a little bit more height off these, and I would be getting attempts at the rest of the level instead of just this bit. Might be approaching another break moment also. I don't know what my break czar thinks, but we are approaching 5 hours of stream. That's one of the things you have to teach me in person is how to do proper stretches, because I definitely get up and like move around a bit, which is not nothing. But I think there's many stretches, including arm stretches and hand stretches, I could be doing regularly to make my body better. And those things are hard to internalize for me on account of the ADHD. But, that doesn't make them not important to do all the same. Perhaps makes them more important to do. I think I'll let this go to 5 and then maybe run out 1 or 2 attempts past that. Or 5 hours of stream, and then maybe 1 or 2 attempts past that. And then I will do a stretch. Do a big stretch. Every time I keep hitting that, I'm not sure, like... I hate that I've dialed in exactly one incorrect way to do it, and I'm practicing doing it wrong in one specific way. I guess that's not true. I'm practicing doing it wrong in a couple different ways, but mostly one way. Ah, fuck. Get the good corner bounce only when it will get me killed. Never allowed to get the good corner bounce in any other circumstance. I think that is the good corner bounce. It's just, again, too early, because I'm having so much trouble dialing in the correct timing of this. Because it's fucking picky. Like, it's that pixel, like, 1 or 2 off from it. And that pixel is, like, slightly too early, but if I do... I can't tell if that is late or just missing the timing up. When I get that, like, big horizontal kick. I don't quite understand what is causing that. Besides guessing that it is because I am late to my jump. That is being late to the jump for sure. That is an obvious, identifiable failure. It's all the other ones that are harder to pin down to timing. Yeah, I think I do want to hit, like, right there. Now I'm practicing not getting my jump back, which is not ideal either, but for different reasons. That was fine, actually. I could have just got over it. I would have been fine. Two more. That one doesn't count. That one does. If I had died there, that would also not have counted. One more. Okay. I'll take a break. Right back. Be right back. in the pocket of Big Stretch. Wob. I figured, but also wob. Finding peace in my heart and living in it. To maintain the zen-like patience to smash Madeline's face against these crystals as many times as I have to clear the screen. A task I will complete, a task I have completed. I think if I'd committed harder, that would have been perfectly fine as a jump. Because it is like a thing about getting hype, but that time specifically, it was definitely that I just didn't push forward as hard as I could have. I also would like to dial this timing in more, though. I still have not quite got this locked in after this many attempts. I would love to no longer need to worry about this part of the room anymore. Trisha, please move. Though this again, like, this does feel like a screen I spent approximately this amount of time or more on the first time, so it is not surprising that it has done it to me once again. Or is still doing it to me, even. That was again a time I should have just committed harder to getting over the hump. I always hit the ones where I can see out of the corner of my eye that I did not get my jump back, and it's like, no, fuck, not like this. Too late. Ugh. I love that every time I try to hum this, I'm just making up notes that are not there. Not like that far off, but I am definitely like misremembering bits and pieces of the song, despite mostly getting it right. It's the strange hell of needing to do something so that my brain doesn't become completely bored, but also not being able to actually dedicate my brain to anything. On account of I have not quite fully dedicating this to my muscle memory in my hands. Need to strike that perfect zen balance of zoning out but not too much in order to succeed at these levels. Getting there, though. I'm slowly dialing it in. This is partly the night coffee talking, but I'm also... And the statement I'm about to make depends strongly on when I actually finish Farewell tonight, and if I finish it tonight. But I feel like if I get close, I will push through, and if I push through, I probably will play, like, Fragments in the Mountain until, like, fucking 5 a.m. if I have to. Just because it'll be a nice come down, and also it'll be nice to just, like, be like, okay, I did all this Celeste. Next week we are doing a different thing. But I'm not committing to that. We'll see what time it is when I'm nearing the final screen. Because it'll be different depending on whether it is 2 a.m. or like fucking 5 a.m. But I think I've got a good amount of this in me still. So we'll see how far it takes me. And we'll see how much Farewell is left, I suppose, is also a crucial detail here. Because I don't quite know. Like, I suspect we are nearing the final arc of the story of Farewell, but I have not actually looked at how much there is for it, and I'm not sure if that feeling is correct or not. I also want to get the Moonberry before I call it, which, given where it is, might require quite a bit more time. I'm becoming early again on this. Yeah, I need to be a little bit slower on the draw, but not too much slower on the draw. I remember where I was suddenly thinking of, well, Blazing Saddles, but before that, Support Your Local Sheriff. And the reason I was thinking of both of those is I was thinking about spaghetti westerns on account of watching Yojimbo and Sanjuro and talking about spaghetti westerns. That is why my brain went to that place, is that I was thinking of westerns. And specifically reached for parody westerns, which are mostly the kind I've seen. Besides Fistful of Dollars and Good, Bad, and the Ugly. I'm not sure if I've seen A Few Dollars More. I should go track a copy down. Just for completion, if nothing else. Because I know I've seen the first and the third. I guess the Good and the Bad and the Ugly is just, you know, well, I guess this is true of all three of the Sergio Leones, but those are just straight up westerns. There's nothing parody about them. They are the things they made the genre out of before it became oversaturated and, you know, more popular to parody than to make straight up, as is the way of such things. Thinking of Gene Wilder's whole speech, you know, salt of the earth, blah, 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 blah. You know, morons. God. Gene Wilder. Also one of the best to ever do it, as it turns out. I'm not even sure how much the overlap in acting careers makes this impossible without looking it up, but I am now imagining that either the samurai movie or the western that somehow features both Gene Wilder and Toshiro Mifune. Which, I feel like that movie is very... Whatever else happens in this hypothetical movie I just made up, I feel like it is good just based on those two. And, you know, putting your favorite actors in a movie together and expecting a good movie to come out is a risky activity. It does not necessarily work that way, but I feel like those two could pull it off. I feel like they would make it work. I need to watch Young Frankenstein again. Just because on its own merits, and I guess also as the first, whoever I'm thinking of that made several parody movies. think still just consistently early here. And then that's late. Or just more precise on my distance. I think probably part of what's happening is sometimes I am closer to the edge where when I start my wave dash, which changes my distance and everything, and like I don't have that dialed in perfectly. So there's like one of the things that is throwing me off here is not being consistent on that. Need a fucking Celeste movement coach to point out what I'm doing wrong and how to best adjust for it. Gotta go find the Celeste speedrunner, or find a Celeste speedrunner's Discord, make some friends, and come back to the stream. Most times I'm playing this game, I do not want, people to intervene or feedback or anything. I just want to, focus on getting it. But, like, this is the kind of thing where it's like, okay, I'm clearly, like, doing this subtly wrong and, like, need to dial this in and would appreciate, like, specific tips about how to best adjust my movement or what about it is incorrect. Besides that, things like that are easy to judge. It's, like, when I get the distance slightly wrong, that it is harder for me to tell what is happening. I think that is basically perfect. I just need to like air control it slightly more, and then I can consistently land from that position. So I definitely would rather have too much distance than not enough. I just need to, air control for it. I think that was fine. I just hesitated because I'd been going over so many times. It also definitely feels like the kind of thing where I never quite dialed it in consistently 100% on the opening bit of the level, and it was just down to like having a run where I pulled that off and then didn't fuck up the latter part. As opposed to what I did the last several times I got past this bit, which is fuck up the latter part. And I'm not even trying to be completely judgmental of that, like it is all difficult, but it does just come down to simply do not control yourself into spikes at the wrong moment. And that there's, nothing else. If you can't consistently get a part of the section, there's nothing else for it, but, get more consistent or just get lucky and clear it in any given attempt or whatever. New failure mode. No, I hesitated more than I should have. I think I am getting more consistent at this section, though. It is just not to the degree I would like. Right, my failure rate is still way too high in this section. early. I think also early that time. That would have been way too late, but also I just did not land the jump in the first place. It doesn't matter. Turns out your timing does not matter if you don't do the thing. Or rather, that is not the most overriding mistake of the run at that point. Of course, you have blue hair and no jumps. I think that was not quite enough height, and therefore early, but also I hesitated. Still just way too early, but also I'm like right on the edge to try to get this more consistent, which means I'm increasing the rate of just totally flubbing the jump, which is unfortunate. Like, I think I do want to be doing it like right from the edge here, but I also need to land the jump still, it turns out. Still early. Still, I think, also early. That's the downside of being right here, is it's so easy to just dash directly into the spikes instead of doing the jump. God. Or to fail like that. That also can happen. Excuse me. Hadn't had a chance to practice that bit yet, unfortunately. checking something. Right, okay. Need to keep my jump. I don't know why I keep doing it. And nope, late. Early. Different failure mode, not accounted for in the late early dynamic. Late. I would love it if I could at least do the jump consistently. The fact that I'm not getting the timing or the jump itself mechanically consistent is frustrating. Like, I am working on tamping that down because the frustration will not help me, and there is still nothing for it but to keep doing it until I do it correctly. However, it is frustrating. Especially when it's just consistently wrong, too, like that. Like, doing, like, 3 or 4, like, no-jump recovery wave dashes in a row is like, what? Hands, why? Why have you learned this? Way too early now. What was I supposed to do at that point? I didn't think that far ahead. Right, it's a corner jump. That's what it is. Okay. It's literally the thing I have not had a chance to practice. Just corner kicking over to the top of that. Grab one more time. And then, like, jump right at the end. Because it's going to smash on that wall there. I got this. I got this. Ba, ba, ba. Ba, ba, ba. It was not just double checking levels, that was also honest singing. Or whatever you would call that. I don't know if singing is quite the right word for it. Just straight up missing the corner bounce is new. Come on, man. Cannot be this bad at wave dashing at this point. Come on. Put in too much time to be this shitty at it. I just need to do that significantly more consistently. It is also definitely just, like, fatigue at this point, but, like, this is the thing the tension I always have of, like, Souls games and also platformers of, like, yes, there's a fatigue that is making me a worse player than I would be if I were, you know, theoretically fresh right now, but also I never want to discount, like, the, like, warming up period of, like, getting tuned up for the motion, and, like, that always discourages me from, wanting a fresh session. Thank you, babe. There's always a tension of, like, do I take the fresh fight where I'm not warmed up, or do I very clearly play worse than possible because I've been playing for hours, but in exchange already have, warmed upness, and, like, be fresh on, like, all the shit I'm trying to remember for the fight. Or, in this case, the platforming screen. I'm happier with deaths there than deaths due to just flubbing the jump like that. It's like, it is, I still need to, like, learn my timing here, but also I can't learn my timing if I just can't even manage the first jump, which is still happening way too often. Too much English. Oh, I no excuse for that one. Really did not anticipate this fucking screen being the big blocker here. Mostly because I didn't remember it until I got to it again. Come on. I'm getting really good at hitting every timing window except the correct one. Like, I swear, it's just slightly early, slightly late, slightly early, slightly late, slightly early, slightly late. Interspersed with just fucking flubbing the jump entirely. Like that. How am I consistently missing the bump now? Okay, I regret asking. I'm gonna take like a second to catch my breath and verify that there's not some easier timing thing here that I'm missing. I will let this be one of the, so far, 2 times I have been like, okay, how do you do this screen though? So I do my best not to observe any parts of the game I've not seen yet. Oh, I forgot that fucking screen. Jesus. Need to fucking play this back in slow-mo. The good news is I'm doing the correct thing. The bad news is that I've not quite internalized what the timing is here. Interesting. Wait. No, I'm just consistently late. I am looking over periodically to read "You've Got This, Babe" again. By the way, I really appreciate that, Aurora. Even if I'm still struggling here, the support is always heavily appreciated in all things, including video game. I think I should, well, I mostly not internalized the timing from the video I glanced at while I was catching my breath, but I think one thing I can internalize from it is that you can do a corner kick from the wall itself if you get the timing right. And I think doing that, if I can do that consistently, might help me to get the timing generally more consistent on this whole movement pattern. But that does require that I've got to be a little more consistently early so that I have time to do that. Not quite what I was going for. What I want is to kick off the wall of this like that. So I think that is how you more consistently get height out of this. Still gotta dial that in, but if I can make this any amount more consistent, that is great. That is a good thing. I am, however, being too early. In my quest to be a little bit more early to get this wall kick, I am being too early. Nope. That's fine. This new movement thing is, I think, got me a little bit re-energized, even if I haven't quite locked it in, because it makes it feel much more at least possible to make this consistent, even if I'm not quite there yet. Just like, okay, there is a thing I could be doing to make this not a pixel hunting fest. Like, look at that momentum. Delicious. And yeah, do the same thing there. I think it's like for a couple frames after the corner kick, you can still do it off the wall, which is why this works. But it is only a little bit of time after. I just say frames because that's a thing speedrunners say, and I don't actually know any of the amount of timing any of this has, but okay. I'm trying to keep talking to not get myself stressed about it, but the downside is sometimes I flub a really easy hold because I am trying to distract my brain, but not too much. Got this, I got this. I should have just held more left there. I had it. Need to be slightly earlier than that. I got so excited I forgot to do the last step. It's fine. I can get there again. Even having that first bit any more consistent is just such a fucking load off, even if I'm still really in it here. It's like, okay, I am flubbing different parts of this now. That's at least an improvement in some sense. I am being too early, however. Just like that. Like, this game really is so much more forgiving than it seems, even on levels like this. You just need to know when it is forgiving, which I am learning from watching other people who actually know all the timings. Don't get nervous. Just simply do the jumps. Simply the jumps do. No, I just hesitated. I could have gone pulled more back and that would have been fine. Now I'm just repeatedly jumping the gun. I disagree. Home stretch. Home stretch. Home stretch. Put it all together. That's fine. This time, put it all together. Being too early. A little bit too early there. Easy. Easy, easy, easy. Fuck. I'm gonna take a breath. I'm gonna take some pills. I'm going to thank my girlfriend for being so supportive. Sitting here watching me jump into spikes as many times as it takes. I think it's still a bunch before, like... Oh, there's still a bunch more screens. I think they at least give you a little bit of a break after that. I could be wrong. This screen does not look too difficult by comparison. Alright. I have had pills. Yeah, that screen is really easy, as it turns out. Thought I was done with you. Thought I'd seen the last of you. The hell screens continue until morale improves. I don't know what the purpose of this is. Like, there's clearly stuff down here worth doing, but... I guess it's just that this is, you know, you go here to learn what you're supposed to be doing, and then you go do the thing. So I think you do need to just ride the feather all the way down, because fuck you, that's why. Or at least, like, over that first hop, at least. I'm not used to controlling these, and I'm not used to using the stick. So I've been using the D-pad almost exclusively. Like, you want to be over there is the thing. I just don't remember how you fucking do it. It's possible the feathers are red herring here. Or that it's not strictly necessary to do this, but... I need to stop riding the platform directly into spikes. I want to try to catch it on the way down and do a wave dash off it is the thing. I'm not sure if that's what you're meant to do, but it feels like that will work. And hey, if it works. If it works, why question it? Of course, I do need to fall faster to catch it to be able to do that, but that feels doable. Like, I can fall faster than it, so clearly I should be able to land on it before it hits the bottom. I just need to tune it. Not a good enough wave dash. That, however... Oh, Well, listen. I think as long as I cross over the top of that fast enough, I can make it to the other one, and then once you make it to the other one, you're good, in theory. Because it's just falling from there. And falling is very easy, as it turns out. That should have been a side dash. Would have been fine if it's side dash. Nope. Again, would have been fine if I had side dash. Okay, so that works. Just need to, you know, succeed at more past that point. Because, like, at that point, I'm, you know, in what it's... Whether or not what I'm doing now is what you are meant to do. If I get to that point, it doesn't matter. I've gotten to the point where I just need to do the next step. Like, the game doesn't care how I got there, as long as I got there. As it turns out. I do need to correctly do that jump, though. And I guess having a dash at that point would be helpful, but I don't know if I can. Well, I guess maybe that's why this is not necessarily the right thing to do, is I think I need to have a... it might want me to have a jump there, in which case this won't work, but... It's worth trying it a few more times, at least, to see. I think I can also do a better wave dash here and possibly make it in one jump. I just need to tune the window a little bit better here. keep jumping in exactly the same way. I think if I hold it like a millisecond more, I will not die to the spikes and will be able to make the jump, but I'm just always going a little too quickly. Nope, that is not an example of how to dash correctly, unfortunately. I think in that case I actually did want a diagonal dash. I didn't have the height otherwise. Almost like that. I'm gonna, again, look at the thing and see if there's an easier way to do it. God, I need to make this video not slowed down to 0.25x speed. So I was trying to see how the thing worked. Or how the platforming worked. Oh, I'm a dumbass. I see. I'll clarify what I mean in a moment. So once again, not just me being mean to myself. There is more going on. Oh, actually, no, wait. It is several things, I guess, is what it is. This. If you drop that platform, it goes here, in which case you can do this. Look at that, I now have a jump. A dash at this place. I thought you'd do something tricky with the feather, but no, it's just, you know, get out with it. I need to stop piloting directly at the spikes. We've explored all of the new sensory experiences jumping directly into spikes can give us. I need to find new ways to stimulate myself. See, and once you have this, you can at least, you know... Right, I'm doing crouch long jumps. I should not be. No, I know how to do this part. Just need to chill out and do it. Also this part for that matter, but to my defense, I've not done this as much as I've done that lower section. Just over like that. That. It's fine. You know what? Fair. I should have jumped over. Part of what's happening here is I'm switching between D-pad and control stick, because control stick is what I need for the golden feather, and D-pad is what I want for everything else. It's not like the whole of why I'm flubbing this, but it is definitely like a factor that is not helping. And I don't like technically need to be doing that, but it's just like I have found the feathers significantly harder to control every time I've not used the D-pad. And I found platforming significantly harder every time I've tried to use the control stick, so we do what we have to. And we'll get there. We got this far. I don't know why I keep trying to ride it down. It's because I'm scared of dying to the spikes again, but there is no cure for that but successfully managing the jump. Oh, I guess, no, you can just, I'm a dumbass, I can spend it there. I should use nicer things to describe I've made a foolish mistake. That's just the one that comes to mind. But I can just spend the dash there to make that safer, is the thing. Because they are nice enough to just give you a crystal there, and I had not thought about it until right then. In my defense, they are making me do so many things. Fuck, I remember this one. Fucking fast falling to catch up with the platform. God, farewell rules. It sucks, but also it rules. It's so mean, and I love it so much. I've lost it. I'm sorry, Aurora. I'm fully insane now. Sorry to tell you this. Going full Joker mode. Thank you. No. Stop diagonal dashing, you bitch. Dash normal. You know how to do it. And to be clear, the bitch in question is me. I am not insulting Madeline. This is all player errors between controller and chair. Not ideal, but this should be perfectly salvageable as long as I pull that off and then do that. Nope! I guess the crystals would have saved me if I'd hit those. Like, I think I ideally want to get the bounce on the platform, but you don't need it. I think the double jump crystal is plenty from that position, but we'll see when I get back there. Also considering, like, continuing my comparison to Souls games, like, this is so much about, like, simply don't be scared. Like, simply do the platforming and don't be scared. Oh no, that's mean. That's real mean, but fine. Like, that's the thing about Souls fights, is like, bosses are scary, they do big scary attacks, and you have the, small windows to get attacks in, but it's like, you just gotta not be scared. Just practice, learn the patterns, and don't be scared, and do the things you gotta do. Okay, I disagree that that dash works that way, but it didn't interrupt my cool point about Soulses. Alright guys, maybe I should just not even say don't be scared, though I think I do agree. I do like that way of phrasing it, but like, do it scared. To repeat a oft-borrowed phrase from one Stripe on Blue Sky, or Hope, as you may also want to refer to her. Very appropriate for a game that is unintentionally about being trans. Ironheart, yes, the surname is what I was blanking on there. Thank you for having a better thank you for having the brain cell. Considering I absolutely do not have any brain cells that are not dedicated to platforming right now. This part actually is really not that bad. You just need to focus. If we're seeing the bird again, that means we are almost done with this section of the game, I'm pretty sure. I mean, almost can mean a lot of things, however, when it is farewell. I think this is also, there are a lot of screens here that are like misleading about how difficult they are, and they're not actually that bad. You just need to, again, commit. Yeah. I mean, I guess lots of ways to summarize what is, you know, stateable in multiple ways human emotion of like, yeah, sometimes things are scary and you do them anyways. Whether they're video games or, you know, rebellions. Or being transgender. Mostly fucking mean screens. I think there might be a telescope somewhere for you here, but I don't remember if I'm making that up or not. I think there are. I mean, there is a hidden heart later, or hidden berry later. I think there's also other hidden stuff somewhere in some of these screens. This is definitely one of those screens, like, I'm not sure if it's hard, but it is absolutely mean. Like, between the, like, Jaws of Death motif and the, like, not really... I mean, it's true, I guess, a lot of screens, but, like, this one especially is like, no, you just do not get to see what you're doing until you have gotten underway. And I think it's not that long, it's just, you gotta do it. You gotta do it. I think you just need to cycle that faster so you can get to the jump recharge before it crushes you. And then it's just dash up, dash like upright, and maybe just done at that point, honestly, but... I think this is just a fast fall, and then like a dash up before you are crushed. God. Oh, of course. I'm also overthinking this in multiple ways. Like, yes, you can do like the wave dash start here, but you also don't need to. There's a reason a platform is right here. It is because platforms give you a jump back, you see. Or give you a dash back, so you can force the jaws of death open once more. And also, I guess another thing once I get back there, but like, this is definitely in the deceptively difficult screen camp, because like, yes, it is, you know, tricky. Nothing in Farewell is not tricky, but it's also just like, I can just do this until I get my nerve back. And, like, same with that platform, too. And I just forgot, because I've been so hyped up by what is truly a very difficult screen that it's like, right. Not every screen is that difficult. You do, however, have to not dash directly into the crystals. They're making me learn that lesson once again. I think it does want me to spend my dash there. Like, I dash into the recovery crystal and then dash immediately again. I think. Or whatever that was almost worked. So I guess I can do that, but more successfully. Yeah, okay, so never mind. You don't need to spend the dash there. You can totally just get the height naturally. Can. Won't necessarily, but can. Ow. Need to not have that much momentum, though. Right, I guess you want to recharge on that little platform to the right. And, like, once you do that, you should have enough jump to get to the edge of the screen. I guess you can also dash into the wall there, just to get out of the jaws of death faster. What am I trying to do from here? I was trying to observe the screen before I commit to anything. I think it's that, but with the jump is what you're trying to do. Which I can very easily get back. I only didn't have it because I was stalling while I was trying to figure it out, but I should have a jump at that point, and I can get it on the return. It made me think of Twin Peaks: The Return, and reminded me that I should finish watching Twin Peaks eventually, at some point. I think I might still be in the giant Season 2 opener, but I'm not sure. Night, babe. Thanks for all your support. I love you very much, and I'm glad you're here to put up with nonsense and also support me, and also help me emote at me when I say things you like. Look forward to seeing you later today. Possibly very later today, depending on how long I commit to this, but thank you, hon. I might just take another bio stretch after this screen, honestly, because I'm not sure how hard I'm committing, but it might be very hard. Oh, Spree. You've caught me at a moment when I'm pausing for a second, but I will be back to doing farewell in a moment. I wish I could type. It would help me so much if I could type. Yeah, I had forgotten. There's a bunch of screens I like remember deep in my bones, including like the very last one. But there's also a ton of screens I just have no memory of, either because I repressed them or because I don't know. It's been a few years. I have not played Celeste at all since Farewell came out. Like, I just had not gotten around to a replay. So, like, I have seen it since then, but I've not played it since then. I mean, until, you know, a month or two ago when I restarted it on PC, but before that. Fisher baby, don't. The cat is trying to get closer to the screens. Oh, are you now? Nice. I was remarking earlier that I'm not really into, like, the custom map scene or, like, speedrunning stuff at all, and love that the game makes me, you know, kind of brush with that world a bit, even if I have not really gotten into it, on account of hard platforming game. I have unlearned all of my corner kicking, apparently. I actually really need to go watch a state-of-the-art speedrun of this game, including Farewell, when I'm done with my replay, just to see what it's like when you're doing that. And I also would not mind looking at various modded maps to see what's up with those. I'm curious, but we'll probably never touch the, I was reading about, like, Monica's D-sides, I think it was, which probably is very far out of my league, but sounds like a good time to watch. Nice, on both counts. Your map and also a lot of maps for every level of player. Okay. Let's calm down and think about this jump. Well, and make it was the implicit thing, but very doable. Okay. I guess also I am now freshly warmed up on what Farewell asks of you, which is a better place. Like, I was very rusty, having not played this in a while, and like now that I've, you know, gone through all the Seasides fresh, gone through most of Farewell fresh, I would definitely agree I'm in a much better place to do those. I'll take your word for it that I might be overthinking how difficult they are. Okay, I would love to make my corner kicks though. Like that. Exactly like that. And nope, not like that. Nope, let's sit here and think about what we've done. Why am I flubbing that so badly? I think I'm hitting the flat of it instead of the corner. Now she does it. Nice. Yeah, so I am really curious about, and I haven't actually done the comparison yet, but I went and printed out my, Jesus Christ. I took a screenshot of my original playthrough. This was on Switch, and I grabbed the death count, my final death count from that. And when I finish with this one, I'm going to compare and contrast how many fewer deaths I had or whatever. So I'm sure some of the gnarlier levels in this are still pretty high up, but I could also imagine that a bunch of these have cut way down on account of being better at the game. I'm so curious what those D-sides look like. I've only read about them on the wiki. I've not actually looked at any of them. I'm pretty sure I've seen some modded Celeste, like whatever they've shown at GDQ in years I've caught it. But I'm not that familiar, and I'm very curious what they look like, because I've, you know, seen high-level Celeste, and I've seen, you know, yeah, that's fair. I won't chase down looking into it. But I am curious. I don't know. I know what kind of things like high level Celeste does. I have seen, you know, ROM hacks before in my life, so I have those as data points. But I'm curious specifically what these look like. Oh, that's when you go over the top, isn't it? And then you do bounce, jump, or bounce, dash up, dash left, possibly bounce again, dash up, bounce over, probably bounce off, and then, Oh, damn, nice. Nope. New and exciting way to die discovered. I might take 5 and like get my jumping back under control if I'm gonna flail at this bit of the platform. I guess you can also just, yeah, I don't know why I'm trying. I think for things like these, I overthink it. It's like, oh, you need to hit that as much as possible. And it's like, well, not necessarily. Now, if there's another thing I could be doing. Oh, no, that's a corner kick, isn't it? Sure is. And if it's a corner kick, then you don't even need to touch the top of this platform, which means you can save it for later. Look at me processing how the game wants me to play it. I need to be better about not saying subtly self-deprecating things like that. It's better than some things I say to myself, but it is still very much of the mind of, like, I am finding a clever way to say that I hate myself, which is a habit I very much need to break. If Aurora was still here, she would chastise me for it. Need to like wait half a beat on this. Nope. Good. I'll give this 1 or 2 more tries, and I'm gonna take like a few minutes and just catch my breath and get back into the groove on this. Maybe go refresh my water too. I think all the water bottles on my desk are out right now. That was waiting more than half a beat. That was waiting too many beats. Well, goodbye. How? I was getting more momentum before, and I've stopped getting it. I think it was pressing A off the jump pad versus, or off the jump. I guess it is a jump pad versus not. Not quite. I guess it's not the end of the world if I touch the top of that, but I feel like I really don't want to. But until I have practiced the rest of this screen, it doesn't particularly matter. I'm gonna take 5 and get some water and come back to this. Just stretch a bit. Be right back. Wow. I don't think that's anything. I could be wrong. But it did look like something, but it also probably is just there to trick me into thinking there's a cave over there or something. I do really need to get the height for this corner kick, though. Not like, well, I guess actually, yes, like that, if I can do it consistently, because I didn't activate the top of the platform, but I don't know that I can do that consistently. Listen, I knew my made-up names for everything, and probably wrong, but I didn't know where I got corner kick from. I know you're not seriously thinking about it, but I'm just trying to think of where that entered my brain from, because I don't think it was any known source. My brain just decided they were corner kicks at some point, and I'm just stuck with that. Okay. Maybe that's where I got is seeing the name of something else on the wiki when I was trying to learn God knows what. That sounds like a sensible origin story for that. Well, failure successful. And also not worry about hitting the top of the block, because I don't necessarily know that that matters yet. Okay. I think I'm just consistently not holding jump off the pad is what's happening, but could also be a half dozen other things about my approach here that are, well, that is absolutely under no conditions the jump I want to attempt to make. Well, yes, that time I had the height. I just did not aim correctly. Need to be faster. early stages of a screen where I'm just hesitating at points where I really need to not hesitate. It's that whole conversation about being scared and doing it anyways in a platformer context, and here I am being scared of spikes again. Well, double now. I think I need to go a little bit later, and also I need to make the jump. Oh, am I okay? Because you want to go after it passes, I see. Yeah, that makes sense. Well, I'll contemplate that when I can get back to that bit consistently. Good to know. Would love to do my wall bounce consistently. It would make me happy to do so. Oh. This is not my beautiful home. This is not my beautiful wall bounce. Stalling very easy, except if you dash directly into spikes, then it becomes hard again. I see. I could have caught it there. It's been a fun journey to be playing this, of like kind of remembering a lot of screens. And very much not remembering others, but mostly it's being like, to see a lot of screens like for the first time. Oh, I had to make sure my cat's not doing something dangerous. Oh, never mind. She's here. There's just like so many screens, like especially in the like seasides of like, I know this screen. I don't necessarily remember everything on it, but my body knows it and is horrified. Okay, so that, but more verticality and actually catching the block. Nope. I know one of the ones I really remembered going back to it was the core seaside. Because I remembered that last screen of it especially. And specifically because I have on video, I don't know why I touched the top of the block. I have on video getting to the end of the seaside and then fucking up getting the heart. And then I have another video, both from Switch, of doing the same thing but actually successfully getting the heart. And I have a lot of clips of the game, but those two have like just stayed in my mind more than almost anything else. Nope. I thought I could cut right underneath it, and no, as it turns out. Too low. I think otherwise that was fine. It's just I need to remember to hold for a beat or so here. So I can do nope, not that many beats. Incorrect. I love to just miss a bounce. I need to stall more. My brain turned to now it's time to go sideways before it actually was. Too fast. Damn. Make this consistent the same way I made that earlier. Mostly I should just do the thing I already know to do, which is like wait a beat. Yeah. So I probably do actually want that, like I thought 5 minutes ago when I was first looking at this. Ideally I would not mess up the top of the block like that. Or at least, ideally, I would not activate all of it, so that I still have a little bit to recharge on right at the top. No. I think I can just dash across to accomplish that. I just need to, well, not do whatever that was, I guess. Probably too much of the block done, but even suspecting that I need the top of the block pristine, I am fine playing through an attempt I probably won't succeed, just so I can get practice at the later bits. No need to worry about all the pieces until I have them until I have most of them consistently. Speaking of which. I think it was good time, except for the part where I went directly into spikes, but before that. I guess if I just dash up and diagonal there, I can get a recharge off the side of it. Like right here, which actually probably that would work. Because I can just go over it, hit the right side, go up to the right, and then dash directly up, and that should be fine. Oh. Well, let's get back there and find out, I suppose. Nope, too slow, too slow. guess that's like one of the side effects of like only kind of remembering a lot of these screens. Is I have stuff where I'm just like overthinking what it wants me to do. So that's been like the weird thing adjusting to playing Farewell again. Is like I know it's hard as shit, like generally, but that doesn't mean every screen is necessarily hard as shit. Also, I did not have enough height. I keep trying to hug those spikes a little too closely, and I'm not sure why. I guess because I'm so worried about the timing, but like, not that bad. That is, though. That needed to be an up dash. I'd love to practice waiting too long. Nope. Just maybe recoverable if I was really fast, but nope. Rediscovering the diagonal dash. Fuck. Almost had it. D-pad and I do not get along. Unfortunately, neither do I on the control stick. I should have stalled on the right side instead of trying to stall by falling. Like that, perhaps, except for the part where I went directly into crystals again. That part was bad. What if I succeeded? Nice. Okay. What's my new nightmare? Yeah, that checks out. I forgot these get affected by the wind too. Evil. I guess I shouldn't prejudge the level. I don't know if it's scary but better than it seems, or exactly as bad as it seems yet. I feel like the bubbles are generally friends to me, despite them being in scary levels. The bubbles and I have an understanding. The wind and I are enemies forever, however. The wind and I will never get along. Oh, God. I think if they diagonal dash out of that, it'll be easier to not plunge directly into the spikes. Like that, perhaps. forgot the part where I have to dash out of the bubble. Interesting. Come to think of it, I mostly wanted to power through the end of Farewell tonight for the sake of doing that, but come to think of it, I probably also want to do that just so I am not spending my time on Friday learning how Rayman Legends plays and training my hands into that, and then having to come back to play more Farewell. Because in the past when I've tried to mix like games that have similar but not the same combat, for instance, Sekiro and Metal Gear Rising Revengeance, which I still have not really played because that game and I don't get along. It was very bad to play them in close proximity because try not to just be mean to Metal Gear Rising Revengeance out of nowhere, but those games do be having very different combat despite, like, at surface glance looking similar. And one of them is much more my style, especially when I was fresh on it. Oh, I could have saved that. I forgot the bubble would probably spawn fast enough. Like that, but with an actual successful wave dash. Yeah, the point I was getting to, such that I had one, is it would be nice if I can wrap Celeste and not have to carry muscle memory for Celeste and develop new muscle memory for Rayman Legends, because I have in the past had that be a big problem for me. Really, any number of ways of, like, you know, playing a game and then playing a different game means that my brain must forget one of them. You want to dash through that, but oh right, use the technique I have been taught, but in a way that does not smash me against spikes. Yeah, okay. I love you, doorbell blocks. Except for when I hate you. I'm just testing if a just jump would bring me there, and not quite. I don't actually know if it's necessary to even do this, but it probably is. And also, I continue to need more practice doing wave dashes. Hello, starfish, old friends, old frenemies. I don't know why I'm trying to corner dash off that when I don't need to. What I do need to do is remember the timing on these starfish and or like get past it. The timed like movers like this are always just bad for my brain, unfortunately. And just lead to screen or death after death of just dashing directly into them because I am busy focusing on some other timed element on the screen. I don't know why I spent a dash there when I didn't. Actually, I guess I did need to spend that one, right? No, I probably do need to save dash there. Having a dash would be convenient, but I guess it's not the same as needing to have one. So I guess once you're here, it's... Well, I think these platforms fall, if I remember correctly, but other than that, it is a lot... Once you're here, you're basically done. Just this bit, which I think saving the dash would be nice. If I can just make it through there, I can go over there, using up the crystal. No, let's just do some runs. Not like that. Not like that either. Sorry, I'm seeing if my phone has anything important to tell me. It's not appear so. That would be an instance of dashing directly into Starfish because I am bad at timing them. Mission successful. I think you just want to go immediately is the easiest way to time it correctly. Do need to grab the wall, however. Should not have spent both my jumps there. I can just manage that with one, I think, on home free. Like that, but without landing on the spike, and I'm free. I steered into the spike again, so I was worried about my jump distance. Nope. Ball over, yes. I keep correcting into the spikes, I'm worried about overshooting. I'm being yelled at by my cat. Oh, they don't even fall. Amazing. Sometimes this game is nice to you. Even the DLC about not being nice to you. Yeah, this screen I remember. Fuckers. Right, you get your choice of poison here, too. Dodge more of them and then have a bubble, or dodge fewer of them, but you have to be responsible for your dash at the end. There's gonna be so much dying to starfish in here, unfortunately. Fucking he is my enemy, or he is my enemy post. But with this, the starfish instead of a stag beetle or whatever. I guess I do want to take the main path because I'm using a jump. I mean, I guess actually, yeah, the way you save a jump is you do this, right? That, but with, you know, the saving A, yeah. So if I can do that consistently, I can have a jump to spend at the bottom, and I can take my choice of path. I do have to, you know, consistently do that, and consistently not go directly into spikes. Seems not any harder than what I'm already being asked to do. I should have gone on the left side of it. If I'd dash, I would have had time. Or not dash, but fast fallen. And same thing. It's just hard to figure that out on the fly when I'm already worrying about steering past death crystals. Done this screen before, I will do it again. The mantra that will bring me through all of Farewell. Farther is it past that point? Yeah. Okay, so there's just one more. If I had made it past that one. And then I can fall past that one. It should be free. I assume I will dash into the crystals at least once, but in theory. I think I don't even need to like fast fall for that long. It's really the thing here. I just need to like fast fall for just long enough to get in a more favorable phase with the starfish at the bottom. It's just it's tricky to even do that much when you're trying to not hit spikes. I could also start trying to learn the other path, but I don't think it's going to be any easier. I at least somewhat have the opening wave dash consistent now. I feel certain that I took the other path last time, but I'm not sure if that's true. I realize I feel certain and I'm not sure whatever I just said are contradictory things, but I only give estimates. I never give full confidence answers. It's the way I am. I don't know why I tried to fast fall there specifically. That was the worst place to try to do it. I really want to do it on the straightaways. Yeah, there's something in, like, God, one of the BRC sets, or maybe even, like, just the main levels that I said reminded me of VVV, VV. And I stand by whatever thing made me say that previously, but this really feels like it came out of that game. Or at least out of, you know, everyone's favorite bit, Veni Vidi Vici. Or Veni Vidi Vici, rather. I might remember finishing that and also finishing the I Want to Be the Guy Super Meat Boy level more than, like, many moments of college. Or many other moments of college. Like, those two bits of video games are more stuck in my head. Which I guess is, you know, at least somewhat just repetition. Like, I played those screens a lot trying to pass them. I did not, you know, try linear algebra homework a million times to pass it. The repetition is just not the same. Trying to fast fall and just hitting the crystal instead. I don't know. I think fast falling selectively is a good idea to get the patterns lined up, but I also think like these starfish, despite being something that I'm, bad at reacting to, famously, are something that you can just like anticipate and move to the other side of the fall path in time. You just need to react appropriately, which has been a bit of a struggle through parts of this session. Also, I will need to do some fast falling, but I think a lot of it is just like, no, just, float around. And stop running into the same crystals over and over again. Ideally. I love that these color change also, these crystals. I hate that they murder me, but I like the part where they're RGB lighting, RGB gamer crystals. RGB gamer def spikes. I do have to respect that the starfish fit the kind of like coral reef theme that, I mean, maybe Farewell always had, but it's definitely very apparent in this stage of it, if not sooner. That's, and I guess you have the jellyfish. I guess they were always kind of going for that sea life theme. I just hadn't thought about it in those terms before. Hadn't had need of something to distract my brain while I try to not fall into spikes for the dozenth time here. Again, trying to fast fall and fucked it up. Whoops. Kind of dumb bullshit I love that Farewell has in it. I only actually need that opening wave dash, just again, good to practice it, even if it's not strictly necessary for a screen, considering it will be necessary for other screens. Yeah, I think you just make that with a jump, but still, stand by what I said. Oh, I see. Oh, I could have saved that also. I think I could have waited for the feather to respawn. Hello, friends. This screen I remember too. So weird seeing these in a level where you're allowed to recharge your jumps. It's like, oh right, these don't have to be as scary as my memory wants them to be when they're on screens that you didn't recharge your jump from them. I feel like a lot of these, except for, B-side, C-side, were not on that scary of screens. It was just that you had to kind of, pick your way across the field of them without getting spiked. And without the ability to, recharge your jump. But, well, it's not free by any means when you have a jump recharge. It sure does make things easier. That's very easy, so if you use, want to ram your face into lots of spikes, but easier. I also don't need to do that greedy and just shortcut it to the end. Like, I can have a little patience and negotiate my way through like that. Right, here's where you actually kind of have a consequence to using up all of the things, as opposed to here where they recharge endlessly. That's the kind of fail state I remember. I'll be a little bolder going through these. meant to jump there, but I hit dash by mistake. It's my story and I'm sticking to it. I think this is one of the screens where it became very fun when I realized what they wanted me to do, and when I was starting to be able to pull it off. I think it's not even the first screen they make you do like repeated wave dashing in this kind of way specifically. Need to keep my momentum. Yeah, I think you want to go back to the bubble to get your dash back, and or no, just go straight up at that point. I said the thing I needed to do, and then I did a different thing. I think I've forgotten, like, after, you know, they make you do some really tough stuff, there's a bunch of just, like, fun screens like this. I think I've said this point repeatedly over the last, like, 20 minutes as I, you know, my brain cooks in platforming juice, but it is fun. I like having things that are fun after you have the ones that are difficult. It's cathartic. It's the thing it's supposed to be. I also need to wait for the wind to start. Yep. Otherwise, I'm gonna have a bad time. I don't need to wait for it to start, but I definitely have to at least take into account the first jump not necessarily having wind. And how annoying it is if you flub it like that, you have to fucking wait. No. Please stop flubbing the opening jump. Let me practice the rest of the jumps. Say I land that point. Oh, it just gives you a bunch of these falling platforms, I see. Or at least I'm assuming those are falling. They may not be. They look like they are falling platforms. I don't trust them. I do still like this screen, even if I'm struggling with it, because I keep being slightly off on my dashes. I like this screen conceptually and enjoy it, despite also being a wee bit sick of it at this point. The missing by inches is just heartbreaking. I knew it. Oh god, there are ice on that side, I forgot. And that was not what killed me, really, but... I like this gimmick. I'd forgotten this one. I also really need to get comfortable just jogging on the same side until I can get my jump. I'm aware of the concept of a wall jump. I'm not looking for pointers. I've just been playing this game for 8 hours and need to successfully press the buttons. Going to the right is probably smarter at that point than trying to get the crystal back for God knows what purpose. I would love to actually get the correct amount of height off riding this the way you're supposed to. Okay, yeah. I hadn't thought about where I was going next. It's on me. I guess I don't need to juggle back to the other side, really. I don't know why I spent a dash there. There's no explanation for it. I'm gonna actually think about the bits of this map after these first few jumps again, and remember what I need to be doing when I get there. Besides continuing to not dash directly into spikes. So you go through the crystal, you slide, dash up, I think wall jump, dash, grab, home free, basically. Oh, I assumed I had the crystal. I did not, in fact, have the crystal. Falling back to old habits, but hey, as long as it works. I think you actually want to do... I've been instructed they're not corner kicks, but what fucking wall bouncing is called. Why did I do the thing? I did the thing. Well, on one hand, I got the wall bounce that I wanted. On the other hand, I did go directly into spikes. So, you know, a bit mixed on that. I guess if I spend both dashes there, maybe I can still get the height I need. In which case, maybe that is the thing I need to be doing. Oh, please. Well, but, you know, with the height is the thing. Kind of like that. I see. I appreciate the effort. I'm just generally very... What's the way to put this? Antagonistic about backseating, even if it actually is helpful for the situation. And it was not clear from your first message that it was helpful. Also, I am very tired. I was not lying when I said I was also dealing with the brain fog of playing this game for 8 hours, 30 minutes, and 38 seconds. Love to dash directly to my death. Nope. Just dash that one too. Nope. Almost. There's definitely a bunch of things, like the ice wall is one example, but like the kind of like a little bit late wall bounce you can do, where if you miss the corner but like hit the side within a few frames, you can still get the like momentum of a wall kick or a corner kick. And well, I've been informed it's not called a corner kick, but like when you can do the corner bounce thing like a few frames late on the side of the wall the corner is on, which I did not know the first time I did this. Or did not like consciously know the first time I did Farewell, is one of the things I have learned on this go around. It turns out that helps to know that you can do that. So I guess that and the ice thing are among many things that is probably, if I figured out the first time, I did not realize I was doing. I really need to kick off that last wall a little bit better. Oh, hold on. There we go. Nope. a little more momentum on one of these goes, and I'll be there. Well, maybe a little more than a little more. Maybe a lot more momentum, if I'm wishing, if I'm asking. Also, once again, death gripping the grab button and should not be. Like, it doesn't fuck me over as much on this level, but it's bad. A bad habit and bad for my hand to do it. Forgot something. It would have been really funny if I made the jump that time, and it just didn't matter on account of missed the doorbell switch. No. Incorrect. Also, hello. I suppose I should have said that at some point, if you're still here. Well, I'm glad I lured both of you in by playing Celeste at the right time. I think it's mostly been Aurora and Tourmaline hanging out on these sessions. Why did I do that? I'm also a terminal, I'm too shy to talk to people type of Twitch stream watcher with the occasional dumb joke. Especially if I happen to, I don't know, have some rapport with the streamer or know them a little bit. If it's someone I'm new to, I'm definitely a never talking person. I guess lurker is literally the word for that. I have been on the internet before. I do know words, I swear. Oh god, please. My cat chose that moment to walk across the desk, which is not ideal. She would like attention for me to stop staring at the lights and sounds box. I guess I want to just hit that wall and then yeah, I never really got into like any modded or advanced stuff, but played it when it released. loved it. Played Farewell when it released, loved it. Kind of meant to get to it on PC, and I'm now doing that. I don't know how much of a product I'll make of modded DLC stuff, but I think I probably will give those D-sides a look at some point. I don't know if I will stream that. We'll see, I guess. Again, I don't want to just re-cause the... Jesus Christ. I don't want to cause the muscle memory problem I was talking about earlier for Rayman by playing more Celeste, so I'll figure out what I'm doing. If I just have to play the D-sides in my own time, I can do that. I need to have some water. I don't know why I chose to do it that way. Yeah, they seem exciting. I'm definitely curious to take a look, but I'm not sure in what form I'm gonna. I keep wall jumping into that spike instead of doing literally anything else. I guess this is a bit just navigating the height and dashing up, but that doesn't mean I should jump into the spike. That is not improving matters. Oh, fuck. I need to be sure I get the crystal and not just assume I got the crystal. One thing I definitely am going to do, whether or not I tackle any modded stuff, is just go watch a task run of this game or something, just to remember what that looks like. I mean, I didn't remember, but go look what it looks like now, because I've not watched this last speed run in a couple years, I don't think. And I'm curious what one looks like now, what one looks like in, or what it looks like, what the records look like these days. There you go, that's how words work. I know the hyper momentum stuff was a big part of those runs in the past, and presumably is still that big part of it, and looked cool as hell. Made my month the first time I watched a Celeste speedrun at GDQ, and they did they got, you know, up to Mach 10 on the first screen, just zoomed. Keep reading that one's not a conveyor belt. Need so much more momentum off that last jump that I'm getting, especially now that I'm getting none. Close. I think I want to at least get to the last sub-story, reconciling with Madeline before I call it, but my night coffee has failed me and I'm flagging, so I might get to that point and then stop and then do a stream later today or something to wrap it. But we'll see. I want to at least get that far. I think I have that in me at least. would like at the very least to see the end of this screen. Check something. Also, I'm gonna pet my cat, who is still on my desk and still happy to be looking at the screen. There's so many moving things on it. She loves that. She loves that shit. What are you? You are not the video I thought you were. Also, Trisha. Okay, fine, honey. Oh damn, this I see. Man, I did not even remember how some of this works. God, also I'm seeing how much farewell is left, and I am definitely sticking by. I will get to a new section of this and then pick up another time. Because I didn't think it was optimistic to have farewell in the same stream, even if I already burned the best stream name I could have, but I wanted to at least give it an attempt. Oh, hold on, I skipped. Go back. Okay, so it is just do it better. I've had to refresh a couple times on levels from just, you know, some random video I found of doing farewell, which has saved me like a couple times, like just forgetting a mechanic or like doing something the harder way on purpose. And in this case, there's no secret. It's just do the last bit with more momentum. Though, funnily enough, the video I have open that I've been looking at for these levels does not know the thing I've been taught tonight. So thank you, I guess, again, for the ice wall tip. Because if I had watched this video that I've been glancing at, it would not have taught me that information. Please up. Please up. Please up. Thank you. I think dashing on that right one is what's fucking me specifically. Like, I think I just want to, like, no, not bounce off it like that, because that kills me, but hold on it, basically, for a second, and then dash up and kick off the wall above, instead of trying to get any momentum from that middle wall. I think that is the secret of why I've not done this yet. But I do also need more momentum off that wall, all the same. That is not more momentum. That is, in fact, less momentum. As is that. should have gone through with that just to practice the jump, even if it wouldn't have worked that time. It is so fun watching my cat watch the TV or watch the monitor. So she's, you know, drawn by motion, of course, as a cat, but not every motion is created equally. Some things interest her more than other things. Some things draw a head tilt, some things do not. It's fun. I really need to stop jumping into that crystal. Yeah, it's enrichment for her, which is probably good. She's bored a lot because I don't give her enough attention all the time. I give her lots of attention, to be clear, but I think she has a different understanding of what is enough attention than I do. Especially when I'm doing late night streams, because then she's getting no attention, and I'm awake, which is rude to her. It means her habits and when she wants to be in bed or not met. As a cat, I am very familiar that cats have particular ideas about when things should happen and how things should be. Oh. God damn. Oh, I'm gonna meet or exceed my stream record. So I know like a bunch of these, like well, not all, but like most of my new series streams, like since relaunching with the new model and layout, have been like 8-hour streams, or you know, 2 streams in an evening with a break. So I was doing afternoon and then evening for a bit. I know, like, I don't think I've beaten my, well, I know I've not beaten my record because Destiny 2 raids are my record for how much I've streamed in one go. But besides that, I know I've had, like, Souls runs, like, DS2 especially, where I just, like, had energy still and, like, waited for, like, 10 hours straight. So, I've not quite reached those high bars yet, but with the way I tend to enjoy streaming, I can totally see, like, getting back up to those bars at some point with something. Well, I guess that was, like, the thread I made for this stream, is that I was gonna play until I fucking beat Farewell, which I am now saying I will not do. Because I remembered how much more Farewell there is, but even not finishing Farewell, I am getting a solid, at least 9 hours, maybe 10, depending on how much more this screen takes me. I don't know. I have endurance for doing streams, I guess. Which maybe is not the best thing to be. I don't need to fully commit to the 8-hour stream lifestyle, and maybe I should try to adjust sleep more around these kinds of sessions. But it is also fun to do, and I kind of want to keep doing it intentionally, just with maybe a little bit more care to my health. There we go. What's your gimmick? I know you have a gimmick. It'll really make me... earn that, being done for the night now. So I guess this is also one of the screens that's scary and it's not necessarily as bad as it seems at first blush. So I guess I'll maybe hold that thought until I finish the screen, but... Nice. Right, also that would have made it easier to get that thing if I was careful, right? Do this. I also... Yeah, you do need to catch it, right. I still stand by this being maybe not as bad as it seems at first blush, but we'll continue to hold that thought until I finish. That would earn an as it were from Aurora if she was still here. Or perhaps the same more. Right, I need to not be there. Just hit the block. I need to send that merry way, and then I need to be somewhere else. Oh god. Maybe it's still fine. I maybe could have saved there. I think I also just want to be faster. You also want to buy yourself a little bit of extra time by fucking up tremendously. I guess actually hitting it from the bottom would be ideal. You need to lower its height anyways, and would also buy me enough time to get in position to recharge, which has been the problem that's been, or the thing that's been hurting me there. Partial success. Incorrect damage. I need to ask my captain these days what information she gains from a head tilt, what it teaches her about the world. If she ever understands anything better after a head tilt and can give me, you know, annotated examples of such. Thinking too far ahead once again. Fuck. Cat heard a noise and jumped across my desk again. Carefully jump and grab that crystal without falling off like I did the first time, and then you are home free. Not too bad. I just did not account for momentum the first time. Now I will remember the concept of momentum, and therefore be unstoppable. Definitely annoying. I think another of those, like, not that scary screens, especially compared to what you've already gotten used to get to this point. It's just, you know, watch the starfish, be careful, mind the wind, don't accidentally steer around the golden feather. I guess in this fast section, it's easier to steer around them and live, but you do still need to not run directly into the starfish. Have a conversation, and then I will probably call it. I really do like how Farewell is about like something that was in the base game, like this like stubborn streak in Madeline. How that like not all of like the quote unquote bad parts of her are in Madeline. There's just a lot of like kind of bad behavior baked into her, the rest of her, which is just the plot of the plot of Farewell is all about that. Yeah, I'll be back. I'll sleep on it before I commit to it, but I'm probably just gonna do like a stream tonight to wrap this up, and then regular scheduled stream on Friday will be Rayman as foretold. But I'm not trying to like rush this or anything, but I would love to just like see Farewell through and have my big emotional moment, and then not have to bounce back and forth between high skill requirements of different games. I'm glad folks dropped by. I appreciated the tips and things, and the conversation, and the pointer to maybe check out some modded Celeste at some point, either by watching it or by playing it. No, that's not actually what I wanted to do. I just wanted to look at the checkpoints. For a while, it was so fucking long. Yeah, well, even if I don't do it today, I'll probably do it on my regular Wednesday slot and enjoy the rest of this great game that I love. Thank you to folks who were here. I'm going to go to sleep. Bye.